If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 96. The catering to others' preferences. Kyomo was a professional. He indeed possessed that strength, just like now. Manda was covered in wounds, his enormous snake head crushed under Kyomo's foot, making it difficult for them to move. Kyomo infused his yoi with chakra crazily, its weight reaching a level enough to firmly suppress the Manda. Apologies. Kyomo tapped Manda's head with yoi. Humans, I will devour you. Chew you into pieces and eat you. Smack. Kyomo kicked the Manda. Your strength doesn't match your arrogance. Apologize and admit your mistake. Manda struggled wildly, his huge snake tail thrashing, but the snake head remained unmoved, even showing signs of sinking further. Ichikashima stood by, a look of satisfaction flashing across her face, her raised lips never smoothing out. Meanwhile, deep within forest, a gigantic green snake with diamond-shaped scales blinked its snake eyes as it spat out snake signals, its eyes gleaming with excitement. A human capable of suppressing Manda was a sight he hadn't seen in a long time. As for the first one, naturally, it was Orochimaru, but his performance wasn't as remarkable as Kyomo's. Moreover, the green snake didn't like Orochimaru and held grudges against Manda. Since Orochimaru chose Manda, the green snake naturally wouldn't rush to join. Quietly swimming, the green snake approached, intending to taunt the Manda and get to know Aragami Kyomu. But at the moment he saw Ichikashima, the green snake immediately bowed. Lady Ichikashima. It's the green snake. Ichikashima tilted her head. Are you interested in that kid over there? Just came to see the Manda. The green snake spat out signals towards the Manda, a mocking look in its eyes. Manda, you pride yourself as the king of this forest, yet you're being suppressed so miserably. Green snake. Ichikashima. The Manda seemed insane. Just you wait, I'll. Croak. Aragami Kyomu ruthlessly kicked the Manda, simultaneously increasing the weight of yoi. Boom. The ground collapsed, the Manda's head pressed firmly into the ground, instantly silencing them. It was impossible for them to even open their mouths. Empowered by passive skills, Kyomu dealt with the Manda effortlessly, and the Manda cooperated quite well, keeping Kyomu constantly in battle mode. Ichikashima felt it was about time to stop. She stepped forward and slapped the Manda. Despite Ichikashima's small stature, standing in front of the Manda's head made her look like a toothpick compared to them. But with one slap, the Manda's mouth twisted, even shifting a distance to the left. The force of this slap astonished Kyomu. Manda, you're quite a promising newcomer, but being suppressed by a human like this truly a disgraces. Ichikashima sneered. So, work hard to train and grow, don't keep thinking you'll one day become the fourth elder of the Dragon Den, you're not qualified yet. Smack. Another slap hit the Manda, straightening their mouth. Exhaling deeply, most of the resentment from the Manda's repeated provocations dissipated, and Ichikashima finally had a reason to discipline them. The Dragon Den followed the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. After the Manda became invincible in the forest, he naturally sought to advance further. Perhaps feeling that Ichikashima was young and not as powerful as the other two elders, Manda specifically targeted her for challenges. Naturally, he faced inevitable defeat, but Ichikashima couldn't swallow this insult. Manda was looking down on her. But during these challenges, Ichikashima couldn't refuse. Even if she won the fight, she couldn't seek revenge afterward, allowing this resentment to deepen. Fortunately, Kyomo was quite cooperative. Kyomu, come down. Ichikashima's voice was light. Yes, Lady Ichikashima. Kyomu complied, giving her plenty of face. Ichikashima felt pleased, immediately issuing a punishment to the Manda. Manda, since you've brought shame upon the Dragon Den, you'll be sent to the Wanshi forest for penance. Do you have any objections? The Manda glared fiercely, wanting to resist. But with Ichikashima's strength, if they dared to object, she would undoubtedly kill them without hesitation. No objections, I accept the punishment. Manda reluctantly agreed, body covered in wounds, leaving the forest and entering the barren and harsh environment of the Wanshi forest. Clapping her hands, Ichikashima smiled, finding Kyomo a bit more agreeable. Green Snake, follow him. If there's anything he can't handle, you can call me. Just as she was about to leave, Ichikashima him seemed to remember something. But this time, I'll go with you first. Don't forget the tribute you promised. She needed to make sure Kyomo didn't deceive her. Seeing Kyomo nod, Ichikashima him floated away, probably going to report to the White Snake Sage. Young Master Kyomo. The Green Snake wasn't as arrogant as the Manda, perhaps because of Ichikashima him, or perhaps because he had high hopes for Kyomo. Either way, his attitude was quite comforting. If you need anything, just call me. You don't need to offer any extra sacrifices. Then I'll trouble you in the future, Green Snake. Kyomo nodded with a smile, and the Green Snake immediately lowered his head. Understanding, Kyomo reached out and touched his smooth diamond-shaped scales, remembering the Green Snake's characteristics, and establishing a connection between them. Afterward, the Green Snake twisted its massive body into the forest, intending to seize the position of king here during the time the Manda was away, to improve its strength. As for when the Manda returned, they could always have another fight. Under such a tit-for-tat situation, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Seeing the Green Snake leave, Kyomo turned and arrived outside the White Snake Sage's cave, quietly waiting for Ichikashima him. Not making Kyomo wait long, Ichikashima him soon floated out of the White Snake Sage's cave. Without much exchange, she grabbed Kyomo's shoulder with her small hand and together they turned into a puff of smoke, disappearing from the spot. Orochimaru's tent. Looking at Ichikashima him floating in front of him, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with memories, a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Little Snake, we meet again. Ichikashima him greeted Orochimaru warmly, but Orochimaru subconsciously took a step back. Haha, don't be so nervous, I've already tasted your flesh. Ichikashima him laughed happily. Once is enough, you can rest assured. After saying that, she ignored Orochimaru and floated back to Kyomo's side. Let's go, Kyomo, it's time to present your offering. Offering? Just grilled toad legs, yet you speak with such grandeur, even bewildering Orochimaru. Kyomo smiled apologetically at Orochimaru, then left with Ichikashima him. After a while, Orochimaru finally came to his senses, unable to help but gnash his teeth in frustration. Kyomo-kun, how did you manage to? Orochimaru couldn't comprehend, he really couldn't, how could you possibly make a contract with her? How did you do it? With a mixture of feelings, Orochimaru felt envious of Kyomo for the first time. If only he could have contracted with Ichikashima him back then, he wouldn't have suffered so much. But then, Orochimaru realized something was amiss. Immediately biting his finger, he slapped his hand onto the ground. Indeed, Manda rejected the summoning. A bitter smile tugged at Orochimaru's lips. Kyomo-kun, I did intend to test you more thoroughly, but not to turn your surprises into shocks. Standing up, Orochimaru was full of helplessness. He guessed that for a long time to come, he wouldn't be able to commune with Manda. Who could he reason with about this? He had suffered for no reason. But soon, Orochimaru adjusted his mindset. He was already certain that Kyomo was the wind he had been waiting for. Kyomo-kun, let me see what surprises the future you will bring to me. I'm really looking forward to it. By the riverbank, Kyomo handed Ichikashima him a string of grilled toad legs. This is the 10th one already. Ichikashima him's eyes lit up as she eagerly accepted them, opening her mouth wide with a grin, instantly devouring one. Kyomo, hurry up and grill some more. Give me 50 more. No, 100 more. Ichikashima him exclaimed with her mouth full, this isn't even enough to fill a gap between my teeth. At the same time, she didn't forget to give Kyomo a little incentive. Satisfy me, and I'll consider letting you summon me more often. As if I have a choice. Kyomo thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. With your appetite, if you come by more often, I won't have to do anything else but grill toads for you. However, Kyomo didn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he took advantage of Ichikashima him's good mood and inquired about the Dragon Ground Cave Sage technique. Lady Ichikashima him, I'm willing to do that, but I'd like to ask, Kyomo began. The trial you'll face as an adult. Ichikashima him anticipated Kyomo's question and continued, I can tell you. After you come of age, you'll undergo tests of character, willpower and physique in the Dragon Ground Cave. If you pass, you'll keep your life. But if you fail... Ichikashima him rested her chin on her hand, blinked her big eyes, and pointed at the barbecue grill. I'll roast you and enjoy the taste thoroughly. Kyomo couldn't help feeling somewhat speechless. That's how Dragon Ground Cave operates, completely different from the approachability of the Toad's Mountain. Thank you for telling me all this, Lady Ichikashima him, Kyomo expressed his gratitude. I'll strive to meet the standards and try to grill toad legs for you for many years. No. Ichikashima him shook her head. We agreed on 100 ways to eat them, and you've only provided one so far. I'll make sure Lady Ichikashima him gets her fill. Kyomo worked from noon until the sun was about to set, his hands sore from the labor, before Ichikashima him finally satisfied her craving. Standing up, she didn't bid Kyomo a farewell, but in the blink of an eye, she turned into a cloud of smoke and returned to the Dragon Ground Cave. Sighing, Kyomo stretched his arms, thinking he finally got rid of that 1,000-year-old loli. Although tired, Kyomo gained a lot. Ichikashima him was very powerful. Judging by what she said, she was also a creature who had lived for thousands of years, probably even stronger than the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima. I barely acquired another trump card, Kyomo yawned lazily. And by establishing a good relationship with her, I'll have more confidence in practicing sage techniques. Dragon Ground Cave is not like my Boku Mountain, the toads there provide patient instruction, while these big snakes test you first, and if you fail, it's game over. And also Orochimaru. Kyomo suddenly smiled. It seems that he suffered a lot from Ichikashima him and the others in the past, probably he was even split up for consumption. When Ichikashima him and Orochimaru met, the information exchanged in those few sentences was significant, and Kyomo vaguely began to speculate. Was Orochimaru transformed into a white snake or a half-human, half-snake creature at that time? Kyomo pondered for a moment. But whatever. If there's a chance in the future, I'll know the truth. Brushing off the dirt on his buttocks, Kyomo returned to the Konoha camp. Before Kyomo could even arrive, he saw Orochimaru waiting ahead. Lord Orochimaru, were you waiting for me? Of course, Kyomo-kun. Orochimaru glanced behind Kyomo. Did Lady Ichikashima him leave? Yes, she left. Kyomo nodded, seeing a hint of relief in Orochimaru's eyes. Because Orochimaru fears nothing, but there are times when you're afraid. Kyomo-kun, you've given me quite a shock. Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim, also asking the question he had been pondering for half a day. Kyomo-kun, how did you convince Lady Ichikashima him to let you commune with her? I told her I would grill toad legs for her, and I also offered an additional 99 ways to eat toads, Kyomo replied truthfully. I also helped Lady Ichikashima him teach Manda a lesson, and that's when she agreed. Orochimaru's expression was one of confirmation, as he couldn't help feeling some resentment towards Kyomo. Orochimaru knew well the conflict between Manda and Ichikashima him, but he didn't have Kyomo's courage, and he knew Ichikashima him was even more capricious than Manda. She could eat you up in one gulp if she wanted to. Those whom she cared about or things she cared about were pitifully few. Kyomo-kun, you've given me a problem, Orochimaru said helplessly, spreading his hands. What about my Manda since you've secured Lady Ichikashima him as your summon? How about the green snake? Kyomo was willing to make the sacrifice. Its temperament is good, and although its strength is slightly inferior to Manda, it's about to become the new king of the snake forest, catching up to Manda is just a matter of time. Orochimaru's face lit up. Kyomo-kun, are you willing to part with it? Lord Orochimaru, don't say that. If you hadn't given me the summoning scroll of Dragon Ground Cave, I wouldn't have anything to do with it. Regardless of Orochimaru's previous intentions, Kyomo acknowledged this favor. By giving the green snake to Orochimaru, he would repay the favor owed to Orochimaru. With neither owing each other anything, Orochimaru naturally lost the excuse of kidnapping Kyomo in the future to repay the favor. However, Orochimaru readily agreed without hesitation. If there's no chance this time, there will be another time, won't there? He had plenty of things in his hands, such as various forbidden techniques recorded in the Book of Seals, and the little-known black materials about Danzo Shimura. With these, Kyomo would eventually owe Orochimaru a favor. Chapter 97. Orochimaru, uncharacteristically, made a loss-making deal, the kind where the wool comes from the sheep itself, which was bitterly ironic. However, Kyomo's recent performance had piqued Orochimaru's interest, and he had no immediate plans to deal with Kyomo. Kyomo knew this well and was thriving under Orochimaru's command, gradually forming harmonious relationships with the other leaf ninjas around him, largely thanks to the reputation he had built. But where there is joy, there is sorrow, and this sorrow belonged to none other than Danzo, who was dead set on becoming the Hokage of the Leaf Village. When news of Kyomo's major achievements on the front line reached him, chasing after the Sand Ninja forces single-handedly and successfully forcing them to retreat, Danzo was beside himself. Such rapid accumulation of reputation and military achievements were even surpassing those of Sakumo from back in the day. Danzo was in a panic, but more so in a rush, seeing a golden opportunity that Hiruzen was not granting him. Sarutobi. Danzo once again approached the Hokage's office. There's been movement from the Land of Water. I must lead troops there to guard. Our eastern coastal borders have no barriers, and should war erupt, it would undoubtedly affect our civilians. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Hiruzen, however, responded indirectly. On the battlefield, Kyomo's performance was outstanding, surpassing even Sakumo's past feats. Sarutobi, what do you mean? It's the era of the youth now, giving them more opportunities to temper themselves is undoubtedly correct. Hiruzen's tone was calm but firm. My plan remains the same as before, to utilize the younger generation more. As for us, it's time to retire. Danzo was furious. Who's retiring? You can retire after serving as Hokage, but what about me? Sarutobi, this approach of yours is cowardice. Danzo criticized, and it's dangerous. Should any mishap occur, you will bear the primary responsibility. Don't blame me for not warning you. If there's a problem, I'll take full responsibility. Hiruzen waved off. Danzo, no more words. Unless the frontline situation deteriorates significantly, stay in the village and go nowhere. You. Danzo slammed the table. You'll regret this, Sarutobi. I'm the Hokage. I make my decisions. Carry out your orders, Danzo. Just hope the front line doesn't run into trouble, or... Danzo turned and left. Your days as Hokage are over. Bang! The office door was slammed shut, causing Hiruzen to frown. He could tolerate many of Danzo's antics, occasionally going overboard was fine, but the position of Hokage was out of the question. Hiruzen was suppressing Danzo, and everyone knew it. Letting Danzo become the next Hokage was far too dangerous, and Hiruzen couldn't be careless. Taking some time to calm down, Hiruzen signed and stamped the promotion order, handing it to a messenger ninja for immediate dispatch to the front line. Kyomu, you haven't disappointed Sakumo, nor have you disappointed me. Hiruzen found some consolation. On the day the Ninja Academy started, I knew you had the will of fire. It seems I was not wrong. Feeling somewhat better, Hiruzen managed to process a good amount of official business until he saw another set of documents, and his good mood vanished. This, sigh. He sighed heavily. Has the situation really deteriorated to this extent? Is the village to be dragged into a forefront war? His lips quivering, Hiruzen couldn't help but light his pipe, quickly filling most of the office with smoke. With a severe shortage of troops, do we have to send ungraduated Ninja Academy students to the battlefield? Hiruzen frowned. If the situation worsens further, we may have no choice. After some thought, Hiruzen wrote an order, hoping Orochimaru could quickly eliminate the Sand Ninja forces threatening the western border. If the Sand Ninja could be dealt with swiftly, then the situation wouldn't deteriorate to the point of exhausting the war potential to its limits. It's also time to call back Tsunade. Only she can cure Chiyo's poison. Hiruzen mused, writing another order, and with her, progress on the Sand Ninja battlefield might speed up. Hopefully, it's not too late. But Hiruzen still prepared for the worst, with the third order demanding the Ninja Academy to speed up the training of ninjas, preparing for an influx of soldiers. In just a few days, Hiruzen's orders reached Orochimaru. Reading the promotion document and Hiruzen's latest orders, Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk coldly. Now they're anxious. Before Sakumo's death, why wasn't there such decisive action? But in an instant, Orochimaru returned to his usual demeanor, looking around with a frown. Where's Kyomu? His voice carried dissatisfaction. Lord Orochimaru, I'm right in front of you, Kyomu's voice sounded. 3 meters to your left, the one standing at the front, that's me. Following the direction of Kyomu's voice, Orochimaru's frown deepened. When did you sneak in? I've always been here, you just didn't notice, Kyomu said, somewhat helplessly. Orochimaru glanced around, seeing confusion on everyone's faces. Not bothering to expose Kyomu's little trick, Orochimaru read the promotion order. Special Jonin Aragami Kyomu, for your outstanding military achievements and exceptional performance, you are hereby promoted to Jonin and appointed as the commander of Orochimaru's personal ninja squad. After Orochimaru finished reading the promotion order, the room burst into applause. Though still 2 months shy of 10 years old, Kyomu's promotion to Jonin at the age of 9 was unprecedented in Leaf Village history. Moreover, as the commander of a ninja squad directly under Orochimaru, his authority was unmatched among his peers. Indeed, this promotion was facilitated by the war, but without the requisite skills, Kyomo would not have had the opportunity for such rapid advancement. Opportunities abound in times of war, provided one can grasp them and survive until the end. Clearly, Kyomo had done just that, and there was a high probability he would survive the war and achieve an even higher status and authority within the village. But as the applause died down, Orochimaru suddenly threw the promotion order to the ground. "Kyomu! Where have you gone now?" Normally, Orochimaru wouldn't be so irritable, as it didn't fit his behavior. But with so many ninjas present, he had to maintain his authority as a leader. Without showing some irritability, how could he lead the team? I've always been here," Kyomo replied, even more helplessly. After taking a few deep breaths, Orochimaru no longer addressed Kyomu, allowing him to come forward and pick up the promotion document from the ground. In truth, Kyomo was suffering internally. This month's passive skill was somewhat absurd. While powerful in terms of assassination and clandestine operations, this passive skill severely impacted Kyomu's daily life. Passive skill, 6th in line. Skill description: during the skill's duration, your presence will be minimized, backstab damage bonus increased by 100%, and will produce critical hits, with a rate of 150%. Note: once you make a sound, maintain eye contact for an extended period, attack or make sudden movements, the reduced presence will return to normal levels. Skill duration, 30 days. Message: Sneaky Boy. Rise your inner Altair, and become the king of assassins. A powerful passive skill, ideal for sneak attacks or engaging in unsavory activities, practically invincible in some respects. Even a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber couldn't detect Kyomu standing 3 meters away, provided he made no noise. Plus, with the critical hit property of backstabs, a single strike could end Orochimaru. Even if not fatal, it could seriously injure him. Even if attacking revealed Kyomu, allowing Orochimaru to react in time, the attack would still scare him half to death. But when it comes to assassinations, the sunny boy Kyomu felt he could just about accept it, especially if he could remain undetected while doing so. With these thoughts, Orochimaru finally concluded the meeting, dismissing everyone from the tent. "Lord Orochimaru, I still..." Before Kyomu could finish speaking, Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes suddenly narrowed, turning around swiftly as a murderous intent involuntarily enveloped Kyomu. Feeling targeted made it hard for Kyomu to breathe, lacking the last month passive skill, leaving him feeling slightly underpowered. When Orochimaru quickly reined in his aura and warned, "Kyomu-kun, your behavior just now was very dangerous." "I know that." Kyomu thought to himself, but apologized aloud, "I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. My state has been off these past few days, causing you trouble." Orochimaru realized something: your presence, suddenly. As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he immediately instructed, "Kyomu-kun, stand still for a moment. I want to take a look." What else could Kyomu do but comply? Staring in Kyomu's direction for less than a minute, Orochimaru suddenly felt bewildered. He could see Kyomu right in front of him, but instinctively chose to ignore him for a moment. Had he not kept his eyes on Kyomu, he might have completely overlooked him, leaving his back defenseless to Kyomu. This was a grave taboo for a ninja, applicable to everyone. "Kyomu-kun, can you tell me what's happening to you?" Orochimaru steadied his mind, asking for specifics. "It's a side effect from the last time I used a forbidden jutsu." Kyomu could only find this excuse: the overuse was severe, reducing my presence to a very touching level. "You call this a side effect?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "This is a state all ninjas dream of for assassination missions." "I know, but it indeed is a side effect." Hearing Kyomu's certainty, Orochimaru seemed to understand. "You overused a combination of life force and soul power." "See, that's the charm of a scientist, finding the answer himself." Kyomu nodded repeatedly. "That's right, otherwise my presence wouldn't be so low, as if I didn't exist at all. Is there a chance for improvement?" Orochimaru tightened inwardly. He had planned to use Kyomu as a wind to stir the essence of life, but just as things were getting started, it couldn't end like this. Should improve next month. That's good. Orochimaru nodded, but still uneasily mentioned, if nothing goes wrong, Tsunade will be here in a few days. You can have her check your body then. There's no need for that. Kyomo inwardly resisted, immediately shaking his head in refusal, I'm aware of my own body. As long as I don't use that move again, my body will recover next month. Orochimaru said no more, letting Kyomo leave the tent while still worriedly instructing, Kyomo-kun, it's best not to appear so silently behind me. I'm worried I might lose control of myself. I understand. Kyomo grimaced, nodding and turning to leave. Returning to his own tent, Kyomo saw Genma holding his promotion order and chuckling foolishly, unable to resist the urge to tease him. Patting Genma on the shoulder. Ah! Genma, startled, dropped his senbon and leaped forward in a defensive stance. Captain Kyomu, you scared me to death. Recognizing Kyomu, Genma sighed in relief while patting his chest hard, I almost had a heart attack just now. Haha, you still need to improve your vigilance, but your reaction was not bad. Kyomu laughed mischievously, congratulations, Genma squad leader, your position and strength match well. Genma, Ebisu and Might Guy all received promotions, transitioning from class members to class-leading ninjas, each commanding 3 subordinates. And Kyomu's former subordinates also advanced a rank, becoming squad leaders, fitting Kyomu's status as the squad commander. Additionally, after Kyomu's promotion to squad commander, the squad needed expansion, with many ninjas from other teams voluntarily demoting themselves to join Kyomu's ninja squad. No one was foolish, they all saw a bright future in Kyomu, knowing following him was the right choice. Among them was a member of the Hyoga branch family, Ren. Captain Kyomu, congratulations on your promotion. Ren entered the tent, and I'm grateful to continue serving under your command. Kyomo nodded, but his smile was faint. Ren, come outside with me. I think you have something to tell me. Ren was startled but followed. When they were alone, Ren smiled wryly, Captain Kyomu, you're very perceptive. When did you notice? When you kept staring at Yoi, Kyomu looked into Ren's eyes, already having a guess. So it's called Yoi. Ren pondered, then suddenly asked, Captain Kyomu, do you believe in fate? I believe in fate, but not in resigning to it. Kyomu's answer was straightforward. Ren stood frozen for a long time, her voice turning hoarse, I don't want to resign to it either, but the shackles are always there. I can't break free. Looking at Ren, Kyomu slowly spoke, you can talk to me about it. Maybe I can help you find a solution. Chapter 98. The Caged Bird, the perpetual anguish of the Hyoga branch family, represents both their eternal struggle and an inescapable shackle they are forced to accept. From the perspective of the entire Hyoga clan, the Caged Bird is essential for the continuity of their lineage. Unlike the Uchiha, the Byakugan is active from birth, its prowess is determined solely by purity. However, regardless of the purity, as long as one can obtain the Byakugan, transplanting it poses no difficulty, enabling the user to immediately harness its various innate abilities, albeit not as adeptly as a member of the Hyoga clan. Serving as a human radar is sufficiently effective, even if not as skilled as the Hyoga. This implies that without the strength or means to protect their eyes, the Hyoga clan faces the potential threat of being collectively targeted or bred for their eyes. Hence, the Caged Bird was conceived. However, such a practice is the greatest injustice to branch family members, whose destinies are predetermined from birth and who desperately seek to escape this confinement. Hyoga Ren, of course, is one such individual. Do you know about the Caged Bird, Captain? Ren inquired. I've heard of it, Kyomo nodded, but I'm not fully aware of the specifics. The Caged Bird is this, Ren said, unveiling the protector on his forehead and pointing at the green mark, with this, nobody can take away my eyes. That sounds good, doesn't it? Kyomo probed knowingly. But Captain, with the Caged Bird, the Byakugan's potential is sealed, and it introduces blind spots in its 360 degrees vision. Moreover, we are bound to serve the main house for life. Just a single hand seal from them can use the Caged Bird to punish the branch family, even deciding the life or death of a branch member. Our existence within the branch family means either dying under the Caged Bird or dying while protecting the main house members during a retreat. This inescapable fate numbs and frustrates us, and I refuse to accept it. Ren's eyes blazed as he looked at Kyomu, but Captain, before meeting you, the rebellion in my heart was nearly extinguished. However, seeing you effortlessly cut through ninjutsu with Yoi has rekindled my determination. Yoi isn't as miraculous as you think, Kyomo interrupted Ren, and all you've mentioned pertains to your family's internal affairs, which I, an outsider, cannot intervene in. Kyomo, while sympathetic, does not allow his emotions to overrun his judgment. Moreover, having only interacted with Ren for a little over a month, the heart remains a mystery, and Kyomo cannot place complete trust in him. Seeing Kyomo's firm refusal, Ren grew anxious. But I'm willing to try, even if it costs me my life. Ren, I understand your resolve to fight fate, but there's something you need to consider carefully before making your decision, Kyomo said seriously, gazing into Ren's eyes. When you gain something, there's always a price to pay. Take your eyes, for example. You've been granted a lineage, environment and bloodline that 99.9% of people in the Shinobi world could only dream of. Your current situation is simply the price for these gifts. Though it may seem cruel and unfair from your standpoint, from an outsider's perspective like mine, things aren't as bad as they appear. This isn't a distortion of logic but the harsh reality. Given the choice, commoners or ordinary ninjas would prefer to bear the caged bird's mark to become part of the Hyuga clan. This is akin to being a wealthy family's illegitimate child, endowed with wealth and looks but unable to pursue one's dreams, a notion that seems utterly frivolous to those in poverty. Ren's current predicament is quite similar. However, Kyomo still holds Ren in high regard and decides to test him one last time after laying the groundwork. Ren, our differences in circumstances and origins lead to different ways of thinking. Yet, there's one question that directly hits the core: for your dreams, are you willing to give up everything you currently enjoy and become an ordinary ninja? Ren fell silent, wrestling with his thoughts internally. Despite the dire situation of the branch family, the resources and status afforded by backing from the Hyuga clan are incomparable to those of an ordinary ninja. Even in war, their chances of survival far exceed those of other ninjas. Enjoying the conveniences provided by the Hyuga clan while resisting the responsibilities imposed upon oneself is not inherently wrong. Humans naturally prioritize their own interests, which isn't a mistake. However, if Ren harbors such thoughts, Kyomo decisively refuses to incorporate him into his fold, much less agree to help him break free from the caged bird. Kyomo's thoughts are clear and insightful. If Ren seeks external help to escape the caged bird today, disregarding the safety of his clan, he might just as likely betray Kyomo for other reasons tomorrow. This is not an overstatement. After a long pause, Ren lifted his head, determination flickering in his eyes. Captain, if you can do it, I'm willing to become an ordinary person, even if it means no longer being a ninja. All I want is the freedom to live the life I choose. Hey? Kyomo was somewhat surprised, carefully assessing Ren before reaffirming, are you sure? I'm sure. Ren's resolution was firm. I can live without the Byakugan. All I want is the freedom to live. Seeing this, Kyomo felt Ren was worth the investment. Kyomo mused secretly, but the probing didn't end there. Ren, this is only a possibility, and I can't guarantee anything. I trust Captain. Ren's faith in Kyomo was unwavering. Though we haven't known each other long, certain qualities in you compel me to trust you unconditionally. Personal charisma? Kyomo chuckled to himself, then shook his head. Let's not be so hasty. What if you discover I'm a heretic in the future and decide to retract your words? Captain, I... Waving his hand, Kyomo interrupted Ren, I understand, but I trust in the test of time. Let's revisit this issue after the war. By then, I'll be more familiar with you, and you'll see me clearly. This way, neither of us will have regrets or misunderstandings. Kyomo remains distrustful of Ren, having no information about him in his previous life memories, making him a stranger. Unlike Kakashi, Obito, Guy and others whose personalities and behaviors are deeply familiar to Kyomo, he remains cautious with strangers. All right. Ren nodded, then turned to Kyomo's Yoi at his waist. Then, Captain, could you tell me about Yoi's characteristics? It can cut through attacks made of chakra or other substances. Kyomo didn't conceal this, as he already possessed the power to protect his own life and property. Just as I thought. Ren exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply to Kyomo, please guide me in the future, Captain. Smirking, Kyomo felt both pleased and amused by the situation. This time, recruiting a follower more than double his age was quite the peculiar process. And to think that Yoi played a key role in bridging their connection was beyond Kyomo's expectations. After conversing with Ren, Kyomo gained a potential follower. However, the following days for Kyomo were relatively uneventful. He spent his time either training or startling others, euphemistically improving his team members' adaptability. The effectiveness aside, Kyomo's sudden appearances nearly drove his team members to the brink of collapse. True to the old adage, there was no doubt. Yet, because the sand ninjas had not yet returned to the front line and the land of rivers was isolated by a poisonous fog, the opportunity to utilize his new passive skill was somewhat regrettable. Captain Kyomu. I'm here. Kyomo responded, his presence suddenly returning to normal, startling the leaf ninja responsible for camp communications. Ahaha. The communication ninja laughed awkwardly, his face pale. Captain Kyomu, your hiding skills are truly exceptional, haha. After a moment of awkward laughter, the communication ninja remembered his main task. Captain Kyomu, Lord Orochimaru has sent me to inform you to visit his tent. I understand. Picking up Yoi from the table, Kyomu stood up and left the tent. Lord Orochimaru, you summoned me. Kyomu greeted him and, upon looking up, his gaze fell on a voluptuous woman. Breathtakingly stunning, Lady Tsunade, you're here too. Kyomu bowed slightly to Tsunade. So you're Aragami Kyomu. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, you've been quite the topic lately. Even the old man specifically ordered me to assist you. Lady Tsunade, you jest. I'm here to support you and Lord Orochimaru, Kyomu replied. Tsunade crossed her arms, sizing up Kyomu before shifting her gaze away without further comment. She had no interest in getting involved in the war but had to comply with Hiruzen's orders, albeit reluctantly. Orochimaru quickly tried to smooth things over. Kyomu, now that you've met Tsunade, the upcoming mission shouldn't be a problem for you. Kyomu waited silently for Orochimaru to continue. You're familiar with the location of the poisonous fog in the land of rivers. Over the next few days, you will escort Tsunade there to collect samples of the fog. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Seeing Kyomu's agreement, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade, and you, are you satisfied with the person I've assigned to you? He'll do. Let's hope he's clever enough, Tsunade replied briskly, heading out, we shouldn't delay. The sooner we collect the samples, the sooner we can show Joe what we're made of. Tiredness laced Tsunade's words, indicating her recent arrival at the camp without rest. Yet, her eyes sparkled with excitement at the challenge of overcoming Chiyo's poison. Lady Tsunade, please wait, Kyomu suddenly called out, it might be imprudent to go with just the two of us. May I bring a couple of team members along? Tsunade stopped but didn't object, make it quick, within 5 minutes. 2 minutes will suffice. Kyomu dashed into his tent, causing a commotion indicative of his sudden appearance fright tactic. Soon, Genma, Guy, and Ren, wearing expressions of shock, were led out by Kyomu. After a brief glance, Tsunade moved forward, leading Kyomu and the others away from the camp. Tsunade, a cage-level ninja, wasn't concerned about their protection. However, as they traveled, Tsunade's brow furrowed. She noticed Kyomu's presence vanish abruptly. Stopping abruptly, Tsunade turned to find the carefree Genma, the dutiful Ren with his Byakugan activated, and the slightly goofy Might Guy, all present. Where's Kyomu? Before Kyomu could finish, Tsunade's expression darkened. She raised her fist in a flash and struck towards Kyomu's location with lightning speed. Kyomu, taken aback by Tsunade's sudden aggression, had no choice but to block with shadow, bracing for impact. Boom! Tsunade's fist, laden with immense power, hit Yoi without causing it to bend, but Kyomu's expression shifted dramatically. The force of the mighty fist nearly drove him to his knees, and though he managed to stay upright, the ground beneath him cratered, creating a deep, wide pit. Dust filled the air, momentarily blinding those around, but the subsequent gust dispersed it, revealing Kyomu's strained posture. Tsunade's punch was incredibly powerful, befitting someone capable of shattering Susanoo. Another hit like that, and Kyomu would be down for the count. Hey! Tsunade, seeing Kyomu's face, expressed surprise, you actually blocked it. Sheathing her fist, Tsunade showed no signs of apology, your strength is passable, but don't disappear and reappear behind me again. Continuing on, Tsunade's thoughts lingered on Kyomu's peculiar ability. This kid, Aragami Kyomu, was definitely unusual. Chapter 99. Kyomu was feeling the bitterness, but those confounded by his antics in recent days, found secret amusement in his discomfort. Finally, Captain Kyomo is getting a taste of his own medicine. Lady Tsunade's superhuman strength is not easily countered. Kyomo knew all too well how hard it was to face her, his arms still ached, and his calves trembled slightly. However, after proceeding a bit further, Tsunade halted again. This time, Kyomo learned his lesson and quickly backed away to a safe distance, preemptively speaking up, "Lady Tsunade, I've been here all along." "You take the lead," Tsunade commanded with a frown, turning her gaze to Ren, "You're called Hyuga Ren. You lead the way." Tsunade adjusted the team's arrangement, but her curiosity was piqued. "Kyomu, what exactly is going on with you?" "Lady Tsunade, for certain reasons, there's a problem with my body. My presence tends to fade, making me undetectable to others unintentionally." "Is that so?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "It's a waste you're not utilizing this for assassination missions." "I'd like to, but the poison mists in the land of rivers have blocked my path." "That's simple," Tsunade confidently assured, her chest heaving, "with me here, there's no poison made by Cho that can't be cured." Talking about this, Tsunade smirked, "She's been bested by me more than once. It seems she still hasn't learned her lesson." As Tsunade started to chat, the journey became more relaxed. With Ren around, many potential dangers were non-existent, which allowed Tsunade to be at ease. Moreover, Tsunade made an observation. "Keeping a conversation going stabilizes your presence." At the forefront, Kyomo nodded, "Indeed, to avoid another punch, I must keep talking, hoping Lady Tsunade won't find it annoying." "Ha, kid, how did you find the strength of my punch earlier?" "Overwhelmingly strong." Tsunade quickened her steps to catch up with Kyomu, "But you managed to withstand it, right?" As they talked, Tsunade placed her hand on Kyomu's shoulder, emitting a glowing green chakra from her palm, indicative of her medical ninjutsu. The chakra circulated through Kyomu's body, and Tsunade's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Good lad, you've got a strong constitution." That was to be expected. Kyomo was quite satisfied with his current physical condition, solidly built with various passive skills supporting him. He believed that as his body matured, even if future passive skills were underwhelming, his physical condition would still see significant improvements. "Tell me, how do you train?" Tsunade initiated the conversation. "You don't have any special Kekkei Genkai, yet your physical strength is extraordinary." It might be due to Uncle Do's medicinal meals. Kyomo attributed his improvements to Do. "After consuming them, my body feels warm, and my physique steadily improves." Do. Tsunade searched her memory, and after a moment, she recalled, "Might Do." "Yes, Uncle Do," Kyomo indicated towards Guy. "Guy is Uncle Do's son. His physical condition is only stronger than mine, not weaker." Tsunade's interest was piqued further, and she extended her hand to assess Guy's physical strength using her medical ninjutsu. "Significantly weaker than yours." Tsunade withdrew her hand, "but among those I've seen of your age, there are hardly any who possess such physical strength." "Lady Tsunade must be one of them," Kyomo joined in. "Of course," Tsunade replied as if it was obvious, "you should know my status. If I were weaker than you or Guy, that wouldn't make sense." Kyomo nodded, ready to speak, when Tsunade redirected the conversation. "Discuss Do's medicinal meals with me." "Is like this, Lady Tsunade." Kyomu succinctly shared his experiences, focusing on Do's preparation of the medicinal meals, which captivated Tsunade even more. Such medicinal meals exist that can strengthen the foundation without harming it, allowing the body to continuously grow stronger. Tsunade contemplated, "I overlooked this in the past." "Soon," Tsunade raised a point, "but the benefits of such meals to the body must be limited, right?" "Indeed," Kyomo nodded, "Uncle Do's medicinal meals aren't as effective for me anymore." Tsunade nodded, "That makes sense. If it could provide endless improvement, that would be incredible." Then, Tsunade realized another aspect, creating such meals, what was Do aiming for? To become a chef? Since Tsunade inquired, Kyomo had already made plans. No, it was to lay the groundwork for a type of ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu? Tsunade's interest intensified. "If convenient, I'd like to hear more." Uncle Do developed a type of ninjutsu specifically for those unable to practice ninjutsu. Kyomu didn't delve into details but briefly explained the 8 gates principles. "This is reckless." Tsunade's expression changed after hearing, "How can a human body endure such violent chakra?" Suddenly, she glanced back at Guy, then at Kyomu. "I understand now, have both of you practiced the 8 gates? Yes, Lady Tsunade, Kyomu and Guy answered in unison. I must witness this myself. Tsunade raised her fist. My superhuman strength punch is also a form of ninjutsu, perhaps there are aspects we can learn from each other. Kyomo was pleased, he hadn't anticipated Tsunade's deep interest in the 8 gates. After all, Tsunade is renowned throughout the ninja world for her medical ninjutsu, superhuman strength punch, and summoning jutsu. This demonstrates that Tsunade's enthusiasm for physical ninjutsu is significant. If Lady Tsunade is interested, I believe Uncle Do would be thrilled to discuss it with you, possibly even to identify any shortcomings. I'll speak to Do when we return. Tsunade knew Do, they were classmates in their youth, though not close friends, just acquaintances. But for Tsunade, with her status, that connection was sufficient. As for the secrets of the 8 gates? No need to worry there. The 8 gates are a culmination of extensive physical conditioning and training, often taking decades to master. For those naturally inclined towards ninjutsu, abandoning their innate skills for such rigorous physical disciplines seems implausible. Tsunade might be an exception, but she has carved her own niche. She might draw insights from the 8 gates, but it's highly unlikely she would forsake her renowned superhuman strength to exclusively pursue it. Therefore, upon reflection, the real beneficiaries seem to be Do, Guy, and Kyomu. With Tsunade's vast medical knowledge and her intricate understanding of human anatomy, she provides insights that Do, an outsider to medical ninjutsu, couldn't. Tsunade is renowned as the only medic ninja capable of reconnecting severed chakra pathways, highlighting her unparalleled expertise in the field. The essence of the 8 gates lies in releasing the body's chakra points to unleash raw power, aligning closely with Tsunade's medical philosophy. With Tsunade's involvement, Do could significantly advance the 8 gates technique, potentially unlocking these gates permanently and enhancing their efficacy. However, these are merely Kyomu's speculations. The actual outcomes will depend on Tsunade and Do's discussions. Meanwhile, Kyomu seized the opportunity to learn from Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, could you explain the principles behind your superhuman strength? Tsunade hesitated, considering her audience, before offering a simplified explanation to Kyomu. She revealed only a fraction of the technique's foundation, far from divulging her secret. Tsunade wouldn't easily share her signature abilities. The partial disclosure was similar to understanding the Cloud Village's lightning release chakra mode in principle but lacking the specifics for replication. Kyomo was not dissatisfied with this. Establishing a rapport with Tsunade, he saw no reason to worry about the future of their interactions. Engaging in occasional conversations with Tsunade, the group took nearly 2 hours to approach the land of River's poison mist. Confronted with the poison mist, Tsunade frowned. Cho has gone too far this time, even more so than before. After collecting some samples, Tsunade noted, Cho has certainly posed a challenge. To mix such potent poisons without compromising their effectiveness, she has put considerable thought into this. Kyomu and the others remained silent, watching over Tsunade as she worked on the poison mist samples. After 3 hours, Tsunade wiped her forehead, stretched, and signaled it was time to head back. Back at the Hidden Leaf Camp, Tsunade secluded herself to work on countering Chiyo's poison. Kyomu's life slowly returned to its routine. He informed Do of Tsunade's interest in the 8 gates, preparing him for a potential collaboration. Do, far from being displeased, was eager for the opportunity. The prospect of Tsunade's involvement was a welcome development, especially given her caliber. On the other hand, the Sand Village faced greater urgency. In the Kazekage's office, Raiza was troubled, not just by Ebizo's condition but also by the unpredictable factor that was Kyomu. Based on the intelligence and scarce historical records, Raiza and the Sand Village's leadership found themselves in a challenging position. Cho, what are your thoughts? You're in command of the front line, Raiza addressed Cho. Cho appeared worn, her distress not solely from Ebizo's situation. She shared her perspective. Kazekage, I still favor deploying Ichibai. Chiyo's eyes gleamed with resolve. I'm uncertain of Kyomu's capabilities with that forbidden technique, but if he has even one more use, and he times it perfectly, we could suffer immense losses. Ichibai represents our best countermeasure against Kyomu's move. We needn't deploy Ichibai directly into battle but must demonstrate our willingness to employ the tailed beast, sending a clear message to the leaf that if Kyomu is fielded, we'll respond with Ichibai. Raiza's frown deepened. Cho, aren't we overestimating Kyomu? How can he compare to a tailed beast? If we deploy Ichibai, the leaf might counter with Kurama, Cho cut him off. Kazekage, you're overthinking. Kurama is the Leaf's trump card. If they reveal it early in the conflict, they'd be inviting a concerted attack from all sides. Her point was valid. Tailed beasts serve as nuclear deterrents, deploying one signals a last resort, attracting concentrated enemy attacks. The Sand's situation is distinct from the Leaf's, they're inherently weaker, making the use of a tailed beast a viable tactic. Furthermore, they're not fighting alone. Indeed, Raiza nodded, let's proceed as you suggest. However, we must also urge the Stone, Cloud and Mist villages to enter the fray sooner rather than later. We're still under considerable pressure. We've already made contact, Cho reported, frustration evident, their responses are tepid at best, clearly hoping we'll deplete the Leaf's resources, making their eventual involvement easier. Then let's threaten to withdraw from the conflict, Raiza proposed, a cold smirk on his face, that should motivate them to act. Cho understood Raiza's strategy but worried he might actually follow through. Kazekage, new intelligence, Tsunade has arrived at the front. The Leaf's strategic intentions are clear, they seek a swift resolution. And with Tsunade's presence, the poison mist I deployed will likely not last long. We must prepare accordingly. Raiza felt overwhelmed, realizing the conflict had escalated beyond his expectations in just over a month. Determined, yet unwilling to concede, Raiza resolved, Cho, prepare for another offensive. Even at great cost, we must eliminate Aragami Kyomu. Moreover, we must inflict significant damage on the Leaf's ninja forces, regardless of our losses. Raiza understood that continuously draining the Leaf's resources, even at a greater cost to themselves, would eventually prompt the other great ninja villages to join the fray against the Leaf. When that time comes, their forces could afford to breathe easier. Understood, Kazekage. Cho accepted the order, relieved that Raiza intended to continue the fight. Given the personal losses she and Raiza had endured, settling scores with the Leaf, particularly Kyomu, became a priority. After Cho left to prepare for the renewed offensive, Raiza pondered whether he should personally join the front lines. With Ebizo unable to fight, he can manage the village's affairs, freeing me from worrying about any matters. Deciding, Raiza followed Cho out, determined to lead his forces against the Leaf, aiming to cement his legacy. Chapter 100 Chapter Achievement. Thank you all for your support. I will do my best to continue bring you more fanfic for you to enjoy, and if you want to support me more directly you can join my Patreon, if not, then reviews and Power Stones are more than enough. Cho, in the realm of poison, could definitely be called the foremost expert in the ninja world. Facing off against her, Tsunade spent over half a month to devise an antidote. It wasn't that Tsunade deliberately delayed, rather, the variety and complementary nature of the poisons used by Cho in creating the poison mist required Tsunade to solve them one by one, naturally extending the time needed. Meanwhile, after almost a month of calm, Kyomo looked forward to the day after tomorrow, when he would no longer suffer from the torment of his passive skill. However, Kyomo couldn't help but worry about the uncertainty of his next passive skill refresh, which hardly allowed him to relax. Additionally, the next day, intelligence ninjas reported that the Sand Village's ninja troops had set off again, this time with more ample war supplies, stronger forces and including Raiza and the One-Tails Jinchuriki among them. Clearly, the Sand ninjas planned to hit the Leaf hard. Orochimaru, not one to act rashly, immediately sought reinforcements from the village, but the order he received was to hold the line, indicating the village wouldn't send support anytime soon. This is troublesome, Orochimaru frowned, turning to Tsunade, who had just woken up looking refreshed. Tsunade, what's your take? We can't face them head-on, we need to be wary of the One-Tails tailed beast ball. Tsunade appeared calm, but internally she was somewhat panicked, and because of my physical condition, I can't participate in battle, so I can't be of much help. Orochimaru knew that Tsunade had been psychologically affected since her loved ones died. Heartache needed heart medicine, medicinal herbs were useless. Can't you at least give some advice? Let the Sand ninjas in, then divide and conquer. Once their battle line stretches too thin, surrounding them, disrupting them from behind, or cutting off their reinforcements will all be effective strategies. Tsunade's methods were classic tactics for defeating a larger force with a smaller one, aligning with Orochimaru's thoughts. Then let's arrange that as soon as possible, Orochimaru decided. Tsunade, if possible, I'd like you to set up a field hospital in the rear and secure our supply line, while I engage the Sand ninjas at the front. After hesitating, Tsunade nodded in agreement. Then I'll go prepare. The rest is up to you. As Tsunade stood to leave, somewhat distracted, she bumped into someone just outside the tent. It was none other than Kyomu, whose passive skill made him nearly invisible. Thump! Kyomo was sent reeling by Tsunade's powerful shove, ending up with a face full of dirt and a brief moment of dizziness. Aragami Kyomu! Tsunade glared at him. It's been almost a month, and your presence is still this weak. Do you need me to check you over and treat you? Lady Tsunade, I think that won't be necessary. Kyomu stepped back, shaking his head. I have a feeling that my condition will improve by tomorrow. You'd better hope so, or else I might just give you another punch. After giving Kyomu, who was slightly taller than her chest, another look, Tsunade's tone was harsh, but her mood was stable. Making way, Kyomo watched Tsunade leave before turning to enter the tent. Lord Orochimaru. Kyomu, I was just looking for you. Orochimaru smiled, beckoning him over. Here are 2 tasks for you to consider. Pointing at the map, the sand ninjas have a numerical advantage, so a head-on collision is unwise, especially since your forbidden jutsu can only be used one more time. Therefore, Tsunade and I have decided to spread our forces, with each ninja squad stationed at key points and around the flanks of the sand ninjas line. The tasks I have for you involve serving as bait and conducting guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. Which will you choose? The second one. Kyomo naturally chose the simpler task. Now wasn't like the first month, if his passive skills wasn't as powerful, it was wise to be cautious. There's no shame in that. Perhaps a favorable passive skill tomorrow, or in the months to come, would allow him a chance to shine again. Orochimaru nodded, adding a light chuckle. I thought you'd choose the first task. Lord Orochimaru, you had already decided to be the bait yourself, hadn't you? Ha, you saw through me, Orochimaru admitted, then handed over a package from the table. These are antidote pills prepared by Tsunade, capable of neutralizing Chiyo's poisons. This is your squad's share. Prepare well. We depart at 3 AM tomorrow, without delay. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Remember to use the communication snakes to keep in touch with me. I need to be informed of the Sand Ninja's main force movements. I understand. Kyomo left the tent, bumping into several other squad leaders on his way out. Clearly, Orochimaru had tasked them individually, as the missions were not suited for a collective briefing. Returning to his tent, Kyomo immediately began preparations. Genma, gather the team for a meeting. I'll brief us on our specific tasks. Understood, Captain. Genma quickly departed, and soon, the tent was packed with the various squad leaders and team leaders under Aragami Kyomu's direct command. After everyone dispersed, Kyomo lay in his tent, closing his eyes for a brief rest while awaiting the refresh of his monthly passive skill. As the moment arrived, his passive skill refreshed punctually. Passive skill, come at me, T/N, Homyoket Kuru no Ka. Skill description, during the skill's enhancement period, your taunting ability reaches its limit, making it easier to attract aggro. Depending on the number of people harboring resentment towards you, you receive various buffs. Less than 300 people, for every day the resentment lasts, permanently increase all physical attributes by 1%. Between 300 to 800 people, for every day the resentment lasts, permanently increase all physical attributes by 2%. Between 800 to 1300 people, for every day the resentment lasts, permanently increase all physical attributes by 3% and receive a bloodlust buff. More than 1300 people, for every day the resentment lasts, permanently increase all physical attributes by 4% and receive both bloodlust and soul drain buffs. Note, with the bloodlust buff, killing an enemy allows you to absorb their blood to supplement your innate deficiencies, with permanent effects. With the soul drain buff, killing an enemy allows you to absorb their soul to supplement your innate spiritual deficiencies, with permanent effects. Skill duration, 30 days. Message, what kind of protagonist treatment is this? Tactically leans back. You're making me invincible, okay? Kyomu gasped, regretting not choosing the bait task. Even if he didn't kill many, the daily 4% increase in physical attributes promised by his passive skill meant a 3.2x improvement in 30 days, a terrifying pace of progress. With the additional boosts from the bloodlust and soul drain buffs, if used well, his physical foundation would be further solidified, elevating his talents to the top tier of the ninja world, even surpassing it. Kyomu became restless, wondering if it was too late to change his task. Considering seeking Orochimaru, he eventually decided against it. With only 68 ninjas in my squad, including myself and Deputy Commander Ren, that's just 70 people. Attracting the hatred of more than 1,300 people with so few could be a death sentence for all of us, not just me. After some thought, a plan began to form in Kyomo's mind. It's just like walking a dog, something I'm good at. Aragami Kyomu smirked coldly, and when it comes to guerrilla warfare, naturally, I have a knack for it. Dash. At 3 a.m., the Leaf Ninja camp was fully assembled, ready for departure. In silent anticipation, they waited for the order to move out, each squad formed up in precise formations. Orochimaru, standing at the forefront of the camp, glanced at the night sky before swinging his arm down decisively. Rustle. The ninja squads, each assigned a different task, be it stealth, sabotage, direct assault, or interception, darted out of the camp, heading towards their designated areas. Kyomo's squad was among them, albeit with a slight deviation from the original plan. Ren, the map. Concealed from view, Kyomo called over Ren and his 4 squad leaders. Spreading the map, he traced a crooked line across it. This is our planned route. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren and the others looked alarmed. Captain Kyomu, you're planning to... Exactly. Kyomu slammed his fist onto the map. With so many sand ninjas deployed, their defenses must be weakened internally. If we're going to strike, let's make it big and raid their lair. Ren and the others exchanged hesitant glances. Captain Kyomu, if we've thought of this, the sand ninjas surely have defenses prepared. I'm aware, Kyomo nodded. My plan is to first draw out their rearguard ninjas, engage in a minor battle, then retreat, creating a decoy. Afterwards, we'll lead them on a chase, then strike at their weakest point, piercing their heart directly. After studying the map and deliberating, Ren and the others tentatively agreed. Captain Kyomu, your plan is sound, but once we enter the Land of Wind, our supply lines and local civilians will become ticking time bombs. If we're not careful, we might never leave the Land of Wind. That's not an issue, Kyomu assured. I've thought of a solution. So now, I command. Everyone listened intently, expecting a serious command. Everyone, catch frogs. Hey! Ren and the others thought they had misheard. A mission to catch frogs was unheard of, let alone considered as part of their strategy. Follow the order, the more, the better. Kyomu dismissed their confusion, refusing to explain, and simply waved them off to catch frogs. From 3:30 a.m. until sunrise, the 70 leaf ninjas, including Kyomu, caught frogs everywhere along the hills, in ditches, and by streams without doing any actual ninja work. Don't catch any toads. Kyomu reiterated, we can't have them mixed in, or we're all doomed. After more effort, Ren spotted the sand ninja troops, forcing Kyomu to pause his unusual task, carrying bags of frogs as they disappeared into the dense forest. Once safe, Kyomu ordered a campfire for cooking, while he took charge of his own small stove with various sized bags. Smack! Kyomu swatted away Genma's hand. Go away. Captain Kyomu, just one frog leg, I just want to taste, I won't eat much. Ren and the other squad leaders also gathered around, enticed by the aroma. But the confusion over their frog-catching mission deepened. Was Captain Kyomu improving their meals? It didn't seem likely, given his strict prohibition on even touching the frogs. Don't even think about tasting it. If you smell it too much, it's still not good. Kyomu shooed them away. Disperse, all of you. Once Ren, Genma, and the others backed off, Kyomu issued another command. The next battle order, Kyomu said seriously, and everyone listened intently, realizing it wouldn't be about catching frogs this time. I order Ren to lead squads 1 and 3 to scout the sand ninjas' rear defenses. We need a clear understanding of their deployment. Squads 2 and 4 will be on standby for support. If discovered by sand ninjas, lead them to the predetermined location according to our earlier strategy. Finally, a proper battle order was given. Understood, Captain Kyomu. Everyone left to execute their orders, leaving Kyomu alone, still grilling frog legs. He even created shadow clones to help, despite the effort draining his chakra and energy. As the sun set, Kyomu finished his task and Ren and the others returned, their expressions filled with guilt and panic. Captain Kyomu, we're sorry, we were. It's okay, no need for self-blame. Kyomu packed up the grilled frog legs. Let's go, take me to them. Ren and the others were stunned. Captain Kyomu, the sand ninja team that surrounded us had at least 3 squads, outnumbering us by. We're not going to fight them, I have a plan. Kyomo intended to draw their hatred, not wasting his passive skill. As long as he attracted their hatred and survived, it was okay. After all, hatred only dissipates with death or the fulfillment of revenge. Let's go. Kyomo led the way, with Ren quickly guiding them. In less than 10 minutes, Kyomo and his team appeared before the encircling sand ninjas. It's Aragami Kyomu. Kill him. My brother died because of him. So did my lover. Kill him for revenge. Before Kyomo could even speak, the approaching sand ninjas' hatred was almost at its peak, their eyes red as they charged forward. Chapter 101. Kyomo, leading Ren and others, fought while retreating, leading the encircling sand ninjas on a chase as per the original plan. Simultaneously, other leaf ninja squads, having dispersed, engaged with the sand ninjas, with both sides suffering casualties. 4th Kazekage-sama. A sand ninja communications officer ran over. Speak. On our army's march route, logistical supply lines, field hospitals, and camping rest areas, we've discovered about 20 leaf ninja squads. And according to intelligence from various sources, the leaf ninja squad led by Kyomo is now harassing our rear. Raiza was troubled, looking towards the border of the Land of Fire, caught in a dilemma. Invading the Land of Fire was something no previous Kazekage had accomplished. Analyzing the current situation, invading the Land of Fire would undoubtedly extend the battle line, making it easy for the Leaf to exploit any opportunities. Looking at Cho, Elder Cho, what do you think we should do? We can divide our forces. Cho remained calm, my forces are 3 times the size of the Leafs. They're causing disruptions in the Land of Rivers, at most 1,500 people. We only need to dispatch 4,000 troops to encircle them within the Land of Rivers, while the remaining 7,000 can pursue Orochimaru's forces, pushing deep into enemy territory. Moreover, if we penetrate deeply enough into critical locations, Orochimaru will surely counter us, possibly even initiating a decisive battle. By then, those minor issues behind us will no longer be a concern. Instead, they'll be forced to retreat to defend, unable to continue their harassment. Cho smiled coldly. Orochimaru's attempt to lure us in by retreating, making us stretch our lines and expose weaknesses, is a complete joke in my eyes. Leave Kyomu to me. I don't believe his forbidden technique can be used again. Even if it can be used, I believe with the strength of the Kanjaki brothers, we can fully withstand it. So. 4th Kazekage, leave the security of our rear to me. You just focus on the front lines. Raiza nodded, then I'll leave it to you, Elder Cho. The success or failure at the front, whether we achieve glory or not, depends on your ability to secure our rear. Please rest assured, 4th Kazekage. With me here, there will be no unexpected incidents in our rear. Cho spoke with full confidence, indeed eager to meet Kyomu and avenge her brother. The sand forces made a decision, quickly splitting into 2 groups. Cho was tasked with eradicating the leaf ninja who were sneaking attacks, causing destruction and disrupting the rear, while Raiza led the main force deeper into the Land of Fire. As the sand forces divided their tasks, Orochimaru once again faced pressure from within the village. What's the old man up to now? Tsunade couldn't help but ask. Nothing much. Orochimaru crushed the letter in his hand, just blaming me for voluntarily giving up the defense line, allowing the sand troops to bring the war into our territory. They demand support without providing it, and they give such little supplies. Are we supposed to deplete all our ninja in one go by holding the line? Tsunade complained, frowning. It's not entirely the teacher's fault. Orochimaru spoke in defense of Hiruzen, he must be under pressure from the Land of Fire's daimyo, considering the war never reached our territory in the last 2 major conflicts. Tsunade fell silent, understanding the situation but growing increasingly anxious. Orochimaru, after this move by the sand, do you think the rock, cloud and mist will? They definitely will. It's just a matter of time. Orochimaru was also troubled, and what's foreseeable is, this will be a severe test. One misstep. He trailed off, and Tsunade did the same. The Leaf and the Land of Fire were already in a precarious situation, one wrong step could lead to total defeat. After a while, Orochimaru broke the silence. Tsunade, I need to set up segmented defensive lines to slow the Sand's advance as much as possible and create opportunities for our allies in the rear. But there's something I need to ask of you. Tell me. Tsunade's expression was serious, I'll do everything I can. I need the help of your summoning creature. Orochimaru looked helpless. I can't summon Manda right now, which significantly reduces my suppression on the battlefield. Tsunade was somewhat reluctant. Orochimaru, your summoning creature is a bit too temperamental, isn't it? That's a long story, I'll explain when we have the chance. Orochimaru's heart was filled with bitterness. Manda was punished and wouldn't show up for a while. The green snake lent to him by Kyomo also looked down on Orochimaru. When Kyomo was around, the green snake would cooperate, albeit reluctantly. But if Kyomo wasn't there, it would outright refuse Orochimaru's summoning. The snakes of the Ryokai cave were just that capricious, far more difficult to deal with than the toads of Mount Myaboku. Alright then. Tsunade didn't press further, instead, she bit her finger, formed hand seals, and slammed her hand onto the ground. After a puff of smoke, a giant slug appeared behind Tsunade. Lady Slug, I'll need your help. The massive slug nodded, its body instantly dividing into countless smaller slugs, which found their targets and attached themselves to their shoulders. Orochimaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the slug's help in replenishing health and chakra, the casualty rate of his frontline forces would be minimized, and their ability to sustain combat would significantly increase. Then, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade, you can continue to retreat with your team now. Leave a defensive line and quickly set up a field hospital, preparing for a large number of casualties. You can count on me. Tsunade's face showed discomfort, but she nodded firmly, with me here, the injured will not easily die. After her words, Tsunade led the remaining over 1,000 leaf ninjas away, while Orochimaru and the last 1,000 or so began to rigorously construct the defensive line. This blockade battle was the most severe test Orochimaru had faced since his debut. 1,000 against over 7,000 sand ninjas, wasn't this practically a suicide mission? Troubled thoughts lingered, and Orochimaru couldn't help but lament over Hiruzen. If Sakumo hadn't died, this war could have been delayed even further. Back when the leaf was strong and prosperous, how could they have faced such a predicament? In just over an hour, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw Raiza. Everyone, to battle! Rushing forward, Orochimaru led the charge, his hands moving rapidly, coordinating with the leaf ninjas behind him to unleash a large-scale combined ninjutsu. Raiza did the same, along with a host of sand ninjas behind him, launching a barrage of ninjutsu that covered the sky towards the leaf's defensive line. Various ninjutsu clashed head-on, with attack and defense intertwined. After several exchanges, both sides suffered casualties. What followed was even more brutal close combat. Dash! As the frontal battlefield erupted, Kyomo was not idle either. With the passive skills enhancement, the bloodlust buff was already in effect, indicating that at least 800 sand ninjas had been drawn to the encirclement. Captain Kyomu! Ren's frantic voice came from the side, we're in big trouble. Surrounded. Yes. Ren's face showed remorse and bitterness, this encirclement squad has a master who knows the weakness of my Byakugan and exploited it perfectly. Due to the cage bird curse, the Byakugan of the Hyuga branch family has a subtle but fatal flaw. For many years, this flaw was no secret, but ninjas capable of perfectly exploiting it were rare. The Byakugan offers a 360 degrees field of vision, with no blind spots in its state of environmental awareness. However, the Byakugan of the Hyuga branch family does have a blind spot at the second vertebra of the thoracic spine. At close range, this blind spot is negligible, but the further the distance, the more the blind spot expands in a fan shape. Although this flaw can be compensated for by changing one's position, the unknown tracking expert among the sand ninjas perfectly exploited this, successfully deceiving Ren's Byakugan. How far away are they? Less than 3 kilometers. Ren immediately reported to Kyomu, although he led his team to bypass us using the blind spot, getting any closer would reveal their presence. Despite this, Ren's mistake was fatal. The Sand Ninjas encirclement squad surely included sensory ninjas, whose range might not match the Byakugan's, but a distance of 3 to 5 kilometers could be sensed. As long as they approached within 3 kilometers behind Kyomu and the others, the Sand's sensory ninjas could cling to them relentlessly. How long until the rest of the encirclement squads catch up? Kyomu asked again. Since we've made several diversions earlier, leading several Sand Ninja squads astray, it'll take them at least 10 minutes to catch up. Kyomu felt reassured. Just catching up with one Sand Ninja squad, with numbers equal to theirs, was no concern at all. Charge at them head-on, can we finish the fight in 5 minutes? Do we have the confidence? Kyomo looked at his teammates. Yes. We swear to follow Captain Kyomo to the death. Annihilate them. Seeing his team's morale, Kyomo no longer hesitated, drew Yoi, and turned, charging forward. Follow me into battle. With that roar, Kyomo surged ahead, with his teammates closely following, ready for combat. They approached. Kyomo could now clearly see the leader of the Sand Ninjas, a fine-featured woman around 20 years old with chestnut-brown short hair, holding a large fan. Tightening his grip on Yoi, Kyomo accelerated. Similarly, the Sand Ninja also sped up, matching Kyomo's pace. Clang! The two passed by each other, Yoi's blade clashing against the fan's frame, sparking flames. Kyomo was surprised. This was the first time since obtaining Yoi that it hadn't cleanly cut through an enemy's weapon upon contact. Another divine weapon? If so, the woman capable of wielding the Sand Village's divine 3-star fan at this time could only be her. Karura. Karura turned sharply, her eyes flashing with surprise but without any intention of responding. She then opened the 3-star fan, tensed her body like a spring, and with a swift motion, transferred the explosive force to her hands. Whoosh! The 3-star fan swung heavily, followed by blades of wind forming a tornado that rushed towards Kyomo. Kyomo reacted swiftly, his hand brushing over the blade as scorch release chakra coated Yoi's edge. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his strength in his legs, abdomen, and back. Twisting his body and exerting force, whoosh! The blade's swing brought the surrounding air into a pressurized wind, howling as it formed a slender blade of white and blue light. Just by its color, the temperature was at least 1500 degrees Celsius. In the next instant, the blade, carrying high heat, collided with the violent tornado unleashed by Karura using the 3-star fan. Wind fed the flames, and as the blue-white streak entered the tornado, the flames surged significantly. The blue-white color deepened into a beautiful sky blue. Naturally, the temperature surged again. Boom! The two forces collided, Karura's wind blades dispersed by the blade's force, but the remnants, now dyed sky blue, were absorbed by the still powerful blade, revitalizing and growing stronger. Karura's eyes flickered with displeasure, her attack had inadvertently enhanced Kyomo's strike. Scorch release, or perhaps fire release, still truly annoying. Bang! She planted the 3-star fan in front of her, hands forming seals, and exhaled a powerful stream. Water release, rapid torrent cutter. Simultaneously, Karura held the 3-star fan again, swinging it at the water she had expelled. Combined ninjutsu, wind cutter rapid torrent. The wind blades mixed with the water, not dispersing it but compressing, gathering, and accelerating it, resembling Tobirama's signature water release technique water severing wave. The next second, the growing sky blue blade and wind cutter rapid torrent collided, cancelling each other out and exploding into thick white steam. Instant shadow sword formation. Using this moment, Kyomo vanished on the spot, reappearing behind them the next second. He grabbed his collar and pulled back, thrusting Yoi forward. Pfft! A sand ninja fell, and Kyomo's form turned into white smoke. It was a shadow clone. Simultaneously, several Kyomo clones appeared in various locations, either rescuing teammates or stealing kills. In about a second, Kyomo personally eliminated 5 sand ninjas. And as long as he personally eliminated enemies who harbored resentment towards him, even if through a shadow clone, Kyomo's main body still received the Bloodlust buff's enhancement. Without having time to feel how much his foundation had improved, Kyomo reappeared, Yoi in hand, blocking Karura's path. Your opponent is me. Despicable. Karura, infuriated, swung the 3-star fan with much greater force. Kyomo taking advantage of his companions to slaughter his own, yet when she aimed at other leaf ninjas, Kyomo dared to accuse her of being despicable. Bastard! Clang, clang! Sparks flew in the air as Yoi's blade remained undamaged, while a few shallow marks appeared on the 3-star fan. Moreover, Kyomo could feel Yoi's excitement, it seemed eager to consume the 3-star fan. Then, let's satisfy you, my old friend, Kyomo mentally responded, readying himself, forward, Yoi. As the battle continued, the sound of clashing metal filled the air. The sand ninjas, led by Karura with the 3-star fan, found themselves facing a formidable opponent in Kyomo and Yoi. The encounter between Kyomo and Karura, each wielding powerful weapons, marked a critical moment in the conflict, showcasing the intensity and desperation on both sides. As Yoi clashed with the 3-star fan, a fierce battle unfolded, testing the limits of both combatants and their weapons. The outcome of this clash would have significant implications for the broader conflict, influencing the strategic balance between the leaf and sand forces. Chapter 102. When Yoi was first forged, it sacrificed one of its traits to save Kyomo's life due to the guardian angel attribute. As a result, Yoi fell from a mythical weapon to a divine artifact. Fortunately, Yoi retained the divine artifact trait of continuous evolution, which meant it had the chance to evolve back into a mythical weapon level, given the opportunity. Clearly, the Sand Village's divine artifact, the 3-star fan, presented such an opportunity for Yoi. Although consuming the 3-star fan wouldn't immediately elevate Yoi to the mythical level, further progression was certain. With Yoi excited, Kyomo naturally put in extra effort. His swings became faster and stronger with each strike, pressuring Karura, who wielded the 3-star fan, into a corner. Her palms numbed from the impact, panic flashed in Karura's eyes. She couldn't keep up at this rate. Bursting with all her strength, Karura deflected one of Kyomo's powerful strikes and retreated swiftly. But Kyomo wouldn't let her escape so easily. Instant shadow sword technique. In a blink, Kyomo crossed over 10 meters, suddenly appearing behind Karura. Beforehand, he had swung his sword at his original position at an extremely fast speed while simultaneously leaving behind a shadow clone. Now, Karura faced an assault from the blade in front, Kyomo himself and his shadow clone, along with the psychological impact of an illusion, from behind, instantly falling into a dire situation. The shadow clone left by Kyomo executed hand seals, rapidly consuming its shared chakra to summon 9 large fireballs, much like Pakura's technique. Whizzing through the air, the fireballs followed closely behind the blue-white blade, encircling Karura and cutting off nearly all her escape routes. Determined, Karura did not heed the imminent attacks but instead prepared her defenses. Sand armor. Sand shield. Almost instantly, Karura's body was coated in a thick layer of sand, hardening into armor-like protection. Simultaneously, living sand surged from the ground, forming an impenetrable cocoon around her for a second line of defense. Boom! The combined force of the blue-white blade and the 9 fireballs struck the sand shield. The intense heat turned the sand into glassy particles, but further harming Karura proved difficult. Soil or sand, after all, has a good defense against high temperatures. However, Karura was unaware of Yoi's unique ability to cut through chakra-based defenses, a fatal oversight. Both sand armor and sand shield, primarily composed of sand, were bonded by chakra. Since Yoi could slice through certain chakra-based artifacts, it became the perfect counter to absolute defenses. Without resistance, like a blade through a sand pile, Kyomo easily penetrated Karura's defenses, feeling the blade's contact and knowing he had inflicted damage. Inside her defenses, Karura was stunned to see the blade's tip protruding through her chest, disbelief written all over her face. Was her absolute defense that fragile? No, she quickly realized the trick and the chilling answer flashed through her mind. But before she could ponder further, she dodged forward at the first sign of injury and picked up the 3-star fan she had placed on the ground. Full power, fan the winds. Karura swung the 3-star fan behind her, generating a windstorm mixed with wind blades, and her sand armor disintegrated back into sand, joining the windstorm with the sand shield. To Kyomu, this counterattack seemed like a sand dragon whirlwind, dangerously close. But no matter, against chakra-based attacks, you can always trust Yoi. Sheathing his sword and flipping his wrist, Kyomo forcefully swung down. With no resistance, the imminent sand dragon was split in half, but what followed made Kyomo realize Karura's deep malice and cunning. The core might be chakra, and Yoi could slice through it, but the speed and kinetic energy given to the sand by the chakra were beyond Yoi's control. Sand whirled furiously, its rapid velocity making it as deadly as thousands of needles, tearing through Kyomo's clothing and leaving varying cuts on his skin. Seems I guessed right, Karura confirmed her suspicion, but being able to slice through chakra doesn't mean you can cut through everything else. With a method to counter, Karura, despite her injuries, raised the 3-star fan again, planning a dense combo attack using her control over sand to challenge Kyomo and the other leaf ninjas. But she underestimated Kyomo's body flicker speed, his physical strength, and his recovery rate. Ordinary ninjas, bombarded by such dense and fast-moving sand, would suffer moderate injuries at least. But Kyomo's month-long consumption of minerals and plants under the gluttony passive skill wasn't in vain. His external defense and recovery speed far exceeded that of an ordinary ninja's fragile body. While the blade could wound, attacks like this sandstorm were less effective. Just superficial scrapes, not even qualifying as minor injuries. Instant shadow sword technique. In a flash, Kyomo vanished, reappearing as Karura swung her 3-star fan again, her controlled sand forming a roaring sand sea. With speed and immense force, it pressed heavily towards Kyomo and the leaf ninjas behind him. A shadow clone, after stealing a kill and throwing Guy out of the attack's range, left him safe from the sandstorm. Simultaneously, Kyomo's other clones and his original body rescued Genma, Ebisu, and others, also claiming their near victories. In a short span, saving allies and stealing kills, Kyomo pushed his speed to the limit. Still, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. If last month's passive skill were still in effect, I would have cut you down by now. Facing the incoming sand dragon, Kyomo took a deep breath, his body crackling with electric light. Lightning release chakra surged within him, maximally stimulating his cells, boosting his speed, strength, and explosive power to new heights. Simultaneously, a shadow clone appeared beside Kyomo, performing a high-speed hand seal sequence to unleash an A-rank water release technique. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. The shadow clone expelled a massive water orb, a third the size of a soccer field, matching the approaching sand dragon's scale. This was Kyomo deliberately conserving chakra. Under normal conditions, an A-rank water release technique would cover an even broader area. The water orb charged forward, with Kyomo swiftly following with a slash. The air howled with the pressure, the blade gleaming with electric light from the abundant lightning release chakra, creating a long, indigo blade that merged with the water orb, turning the Great Waterfall technique into a deep blue spectacle. This combination of lightning and water release was inherently compatible. Boom! Then, it collided with the oncoming sand dragon. Lightning beats earth, naturally countering the sand controlled by Karura. Moreover, Kyomo's technique wasn't just lightning release, it also included wind pressure from the blade, neutralizing the whirlwind within the sand dragon. The exploding water further weighed down the sand, and infused with lightning release chakra, Karura would find controlling the surrounding sand nearly impossible. Seeing this, Karura's heart raced, and fear crept into her gaze towards Kyomo. Such a young age, yet so deeply understanding of the 5 elemental ninjutsu's interaction and possessing exceptional battle judgment and adaptability. A formidable opponent indeed, worthy of the one who gravely injured Elder Ebizo. It's clear now that his forbidden technique can't be used at the moment, which is good news for me, and this information is crucial for the village. With that thought fleeting, Karura decisively turned and led the remaining sand ninjas to retreat. Her current injuries made a direct confrontation unrealistic, and she needed to report her gathered intelligence, allowing no room for error. Kyomo, eager to pursue, became momentarily anxious. Using body flicker techniques, he chased without hesitation, simultaneously not forgetting to deploy shadow clones and illusions to easily dispatch nearby sand ninjas. Indeed, pursuing and killing simultaneously. Within moments, Kyomo caught up, but Ren's reminder echoed behind him. Captain Kyomo, other sand ninja squads are about to encircle us. Kyomo didn't respond, his body's electric glow intensifying, pushing his chase to the limit. Iai sword, 9 dragons flash. With unparalleled speed, strength, explosiveness, skill, and Yoi's adjusted weight, Kyomo's peak strike shot forward. The blade divided into 3, then 9, blocking all of Karura's escape routes with overwhelming force. Focusing solely on retreat would be suicidal. Karura, fully aware, halted and twisted her body. Half-turning, she swung the 3-star fan, whipping up another windstorm behind her. This time, however, Karura was disappointed. Point-breaking surface is feasible, but surface breaking point is nearly impossible, or rather, unimaginable. The 9 blades unhesitatingly tore through the intercepting twister and continued towards Karura with undiminished force. Her pupils shrinking, Karura had no time for thought, instinctively hiding behind the 3-star fan to evade the impact. But Kyomo's pinnacle strike, even without the previous month's passive skill boost, wasn't something Karura could defend against hastily. Boom! The 3-star fan, along with Karura, was blasted away by the exploding blade, with Kyomo, who had followed the blade closely, already upon her, unleashing a barrage of shuriken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The air tore as some shuriken were tied with exploding tags. Karura, clutching her chest in despair, pushed her limits to dodge, once more using the 3-star fan to scatter the incoming shuriken rain. She landed in a crater, momentarily relieved as Kyomo's attack was deflected. But then, an unexpected turn occurred. Ting, ting, ting. 3 collided shuriken changed trajectory mid-air, falling back towards the grounded Karura, each connected by resilient, barely visible steel wires. Subtle moves can achieve great results. Kyomo formed a hand seal, spewing a fire dragon that rapidly traveled along the wires to the 3-star fan, while Yoi in his right hand spared no effort, striking fiercely at Karura's side. Karura made the best decision. Dropping the momentarily controlled 3-star fan, she propelled herself backwards, sliding a long distance along the ground. She escaped with her life, but the 3-star fan became Kyomo's trophy. Karura's eyes briefly flared with hatred and caution. With a strong will, she suppressed the urge to fight to the death, continuing her retreat with the remaining sand ninjas. Kyomo yearned to pursue further but had to consider his team behind him. He remembered Ren's earlier warning about the upcoming sand ninja squads. Holding the 3-star fan, Kyomo looked back at the sand ninjas left behind, still entangled with his team, unable to flee. His eyes flashed with determination. Those left behind would become victims under his blade, feeding the bloodlust buff and strengthening his foundation. Kill. Chapter 103. With a final slash, Kyomo wiped his blade clean before sheathing it. The number of sand ninja who fell by his hand today reached 18. Had his teammates not competed for kills, he could have claimed even more. Closing his eyes, Kyomo took a moment to feel the changes within his body. Upon opening his eyes, a fleeting sharpness sparkled within them. He could feel the deep-seated injuries within his body healing, his bones growing stronger, muscles more robust, organs more vital, and a significant improvement in his blood quality. Although these changes wouldn't immediately translate into strength, the body is an asset. With a strong foundation, monetizing it becomes easy. And the foundation is always the cornerstone of building heights, making Kyomo's path ahead even broader. Both his chakra and mental strength had significantly increased. Measuring his chakra against that of Kisame, Kyomo had previously been on par, but now he had surpassed him by a margin. Mental strength, mysterious and profound, lacks a good reference, but Kyomo felt that the power of his ninjutsu had increased. This was just from killing 18 people. If he killed even more. The latent bloodlust within Kyomo stirred, appearing fierce, yet his reasoning remained as calm as ever. Let's go, lead the remaining sand ninja chasing us in circles again. Kyomo commanded, noting from the corner of his eye a few teammates had sustained injuries, one severely, but thankfully, there were no casualties. Shake them off quickly so we can find a safe place to rest, he added. Yes, Captain Kyomu. The team followed Kyomu, speeding forward with the severely injured carried on a stretcher, ensuring no one was left behind. Meanwhile, Kyomu turned to Ren at his side. Ren, I don't want a repeat of this situation, Kyomu said coldly, a mistake is normal, especially under tough conditions. I won't blame you. But a second time would disappoint me. Ren tensed up, rest assured, Captain, the same mistake won't happen again. With Ren's assurance, Kyomu felt slightly relieved and continued leading the team. As night fell completely, Kyomu and his team successfully evaded their pursuers, misleading them in the opposite direction. Thus, the tightly pursuing sand ninja once again found themselves exploited, unable to easily discover the loophole without Kyomu and his team showing themselves. Especially with top-ranking sand ninja like Karura, who excels in pursuit, being in short supply. Indeed, Karura, who narrowly escaped death at Kyomu's hand, was a jonin. Although not considered among the elite of the sand ninja, with the support of the mythical 3-star fan, she remained competitive. Captain Kyomu, that female sand ninja was a jonin, right? Ebisu whispered during a rest, guarding with Kyomu. Indeed. Only Captain could maintain such strength even after using 2 body-damaging forbidden techniques. Ebisu praised, if I had even half of Captain Kyomu's strength, I wouldn't need saving so often. Your strength has improved quickly, Kyomu patted Ebisu's shoulder, among the chunin, you excel. I believe by next year, you could reach or even surpass the threshold of a special jonin. Hopefully, Ebisu replied before changing the subject, Captain, I'll check over there. Nodding, Kyomo watched Ebisu disappear into the night, finally having time to examine the 3-star fan. But as soon as he touched the fan, Yoi, sheathed at his waist, began to tremble, clearly eager. How do you plan to consume it? Kyomo whispered. Yoi, incapable of speech but spiritually connected with Kyomu, conveyed its intent clearly for simple matters. Like this. Kyomu unsheathed Yoi, placing it alongside the 3-star fan. Are you sure you don't need me to break it? Yoi refused, signaling for Kyomo not to disturb it. Smiling, Kyomo left Yoi to consume the 3-star fan and headed in the opposite direction of Ebisu for reconnaissance. Ren needed rest, unable to constantly use the Byakugan. In its absence, extra vigilance was never amiss. Dash. The 3-star fan is gone. In the land of rivers, Cho, overseeing the rear defense and supply lines against Konoha ninja, glared at Karura with fierce eyes. I'm sorry, Elder Cho. I was no match for Kyomu, Karura bowed, yet added, but if we face off again, as long as Kyomu doesn't use that forbidden technique, I can defeat him. Cho eyed Karura, combining this with the intelligence from her brother, Ebizo, before reaching a conclusion. Most likely, Cho nodded, anything else? In my fight with Kyomu, he used lightning, water and scorch release, confirming he possesses all 5 elemental chakra natures. His mastery in elemental ninjutsu is remarkable, not just his swordsmanship. Ignoring his elemental techniques could lead to grave mistakes. Continue, Chiyo's heart sank, wondering if Konoha had some special blessing. Moreover, Kyomu's expertise in combining ninjutsu and seizing opportunities is unparalleled, making him difficult to exploit. His physical resilience is astounding, only direct blade strikes can harm him, which requires caution. Cho sighed, interrupting Karura, you've praised Kyomu, but what about his weaknesses? Like Konoha's White Fang, he highly values his comrades. Karura mentioned a non-weakness. Had he not been concerned about our counterattack, he could have pursued and killed me despite my injuries. He chose his team's safety over pursuing me, a potential breakthrough if exploited correctly. Cho wanted to agree but shook her head, that's speculative. We can use it, but can't rely solely on it. Tell me about his weaknesses in strength or techniques. Karura thought, then shared her perceived weakness of Kyomu. Elder Cho, many of Kyomu's techniques, especially his sword skills, are high cost but powerful. This means he's quick but lacks endurance. In a prolonged or exhausting battle, his combat effectiveness would diminish. Cho wanted to scold Karura but held back, realizing this applied to all ninja. You're saying Kyomu's techniques and abilities are flawless. Karura fell silent but soon spoke again, if we use large-scale earth release or physical attacks mediated by chakra, Kyomu would struggle. Chiyo's eyes brightened, meaning. Kyomu excels in single or group combat with his swordsmanship, speed and strength, akin to Konoha's White Fang. However, if the attack is broad enough, he cannot evade, and his sword cannot fully block physical ninjutsu. Karura's point was clear. Aside from purely chakra-based fire and wind release, other forms like earth, water and lightning release could bypass Yoi's defenses. I understand, Cho nodded, I'll make arrangements. Standing, Cho prepared to leave, heal well. The disgrace of your defeat and losing the 3-star fan is yours to cleanse. Elder Cho, I will. Karura nodded, determination flickering in her eyes. Dash. The next morning, Kyomu awoke, retracting Yoi covered in dewdrops. As he sheathed the blade, the 3-star fan on the ground cried out, its frame shattering and the surface blackening as if burned, losing its former luster. It was dead. Yoi, devoid of guilt but exhilarated, informed Kyomu of its gains and the new ability acquired from absorbing the 3-star fan. Yes, an ability, not just a trait. Abilities are additional derivatives, vastly different from rule-nearing traits. Yet, this derivative ability significantly boosts combat effectiveness. Like the 3-star fan, capable of unleashing devastating wind slashes given sufficient chakra, Yoi's new derivative ability naturally involved the fan's wind-creating powers. Through their spiritual connection, Kyomu instantly understood how to utilize this new ability. Not bad, quite a powerful boost for my current stage, Kyomu thought contently, choosing not to experiment immediately to avoid revealing their location. He planned to further antagonize the Sand Ninja, sneak into the Land of Wind, and infiltrate Tsunade. Check our supplies, estimate how long we can last, Kyomu ordered as they prepared to depart. After a quick inventory, the team informed him of their status. We can last about 12 more days, more than enough, Kyomu concluded, signaling to move out. Let's detour and hit the Sand Ninja's supply lines or field hospitals. Attacking field hospitals didn't trouble Kyomu, in the world of shinobi, such conventions were scarce. Targeting medics, sensors, and communication ninjas was a priority, exploiting weaknesses mercilessly. With Ren's Byakugan, Kyomo effectively had a 7-kilometer radius full map hack, easily finding loopholes and reaching unexpected positions. Their tactics were sophisticated, masterfully employing flanking and infiltration. Leading his team to a position 6 kilometers from a sand ninja field hospital, Kyomo noted its strategic placement between the front line and rear guard, treating severely wounded from the front. These patients posed little threat, breaking through the guards would be effortless. However, the sand ninja valued their hospital, heavily guarding it. "Captain, there are no gaps in their defense," Ren reported, sketching the observed details. Kyomo smirked at the makeshift map. "Indeed, their numbers make them formidable, with a well-guarded defense. Seems we have no choice but to force our way through." Determined yet cautious, Kyomo saw an opportunity. Having formed a pact with the Dragon Earth Cave, it was time to demonstrate its power, lest others think him incapable or unwelcome by the cave's serpents. Biting his finger, he slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning Technique, Green Snake. Chapter 104. Kyomu-sama. After the white smoke dissipated, a green snake draped in diamond-shaped emerald scales appeared beside Kyomu, slightly bowing its head and flicking its tongue in greeting. Witnessing the appearance of the summoning beast, Kyomu's team showed visible astonishment, having been unaware that Kyomu-sama possessed such a summoning beast. Yet, no one voiced their surprise, choosing instead to wait quietly for Kyomu-sama's next orders. Given their history of battling side by side and the ensuing period of companionship, the team had come to place unconditional trust in Kyomu-sama. They were ready to execute any command immediately, reminiscent of the time they had been sent across hills to gather toads, the purpose of which remained unclear to them even now. "I will draw the enemy's fire directly, while you will circle to a relatively safe position and unleash a composite ninjutsu fireworks display on the sand ninja," Kyomo commanded, his face stern. "Remember, the coverage must be broad, and the firepower must be strong. Even if we can't cause significant casualties, the impact must be felt." "Yes, Kyomu-sama. Now, under Ren's leadership, proceed with the operation. Let's begin." With a gesture, Kyomu-sama leapt onto the green snake's head, swiftly heading towards the Sand Ninja Field Hospital. As they advanced towards the hospital's defensive perimeter, the green snake conversed with Kyomu-sama. "Kyomu-sama, I find Orochimaru distasteful." It was a simple statement, but Kyomu-sama instantly understood the green snake's sentiment. Crouching down, Kyomu-sama gently patted the green snake's head, apologizing with a sheepish smile, "I'm sorry, green snake. It was thoughtless of me in the past, but please know that my actions weren't out of dislike for you." "I understand," the green snake hissed softly. "Compared to Manda, I am indeed weaker. I hold no resentment towards you, Kyomu-sama. Despite Orochimaru's attempts to summon me several times, I've refused him. I hope you won't blame me." "Of course not," Kyomo reassured, shaking his head. "If you don't blame me, why would I blame you? If you look down upon Orochimaru, then rejecting his summons is the right decision. The problem lies with him, not with us." After this brief exchange, the matter of lending the green snake to Orochimaru as a summoning beast was considered resolved, turning a new page in their relationship. The green snake harbored no hard feelings, and Kyomo was quick to apologize, ensuring this minor incident didn't affect the bond formed through their contract. "Kyomu-sama, they are in sight." "There are many," the green snake informed. "It matters not," Kyomu declared, readying himself for battle. "Charge! Together, we shall crush them." The sand rustled beneath them as the green snake accelerated, cutting through the air with a whistle. Kyomu, positioned atop, spotted the sand ninja growing larger in his vision, transforming from mere specks to distinguishable figures. "It's not one of the Sunin, Orochimaru. I told you it couldn't be Orochimaru. He's being chased by the 4th Kazekage right now. It must be one of Orochimaru's disciples. No, wait. It's Kyomu. Him again." Upon recognizing Kyomu, the intercepting sand ninja shouted in unison, their eyes burning with a hatred so intense it seemed to drip water. "He's alone. Kill him!" The lead sand ninja shouted, calculating the best moment to launch a combined ninjutsu based on Kyomu and the green snake's approach speed. Form seals. Wind and fire combo jutsu. The sand ninja behind him coordinated their actions, hands fluttering in preparation. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, flame technique. The combined power of these two C-rank ninjutsu, unleashed simultaneously by dozens, magnified their strength beyond measure. The area of effect, the force of impact, and the temperature of the flames reached the level of a cage executing their full power. Tch. Kyomu, displaying disdain, tightened his grip on Yoi's hilt. After a brief 2-second pause, he drew the blade in a swift motion. Whoosh! The air vibrated around him, gathering at an incredible speed to form a tangible blade of wind, emitting a tearing sound as it sliced forward. But within a mere distance of 3 to 5 meters, the blade of wind turned a brilliant red, a physical phenomenon resulting from the extreme friction with the air at high velocities. Sword draw, crimson moon slash. In the blink of an eye, Kyomu's slash met the oncoming torrent of flames. Despite the wind fueling the fire, the condensed blade of wind split the sea of flames, dispersing it to either side and even carrying the remaining embers towards the sand ninja who initiated the attack. Defend! As the shout fell, the sand ninja, without hesitation, slammed their hands onto the ground, casting a complex yet highly effective earth release defensive technique. Earth release, earth-style wall. The ground trembled as thick, sturdy walls rose from it, surrounding the sand ninja in a protective barrier without any gaps. However, Kyomo made no move. The green snake was sufficient for what came next. The snake's body, larger than even the largest of pythons, had clearly grown stronger in recent days. But to what extent? Standing on the snake, Kyomu, not much taller than 1.6 meters, seemed merely the size of its pupil, akin to a leaf upon its head. Now comparable in size to the tailed beasts, and in terms of body length, the green snake was even more impressive. It's no wonder the summoning beasts of the three great sages were considered just a step below the tailed beasts in terms of combat capability. Crashing through with unstoppable momentum, the snake crushed the earth-style wall erected by the sand ninja, turning solid rock into rubble beneath its weight. The sand ninja behind the collapsed defenses met a swift end, crushed into nothingness, with a dozen lives extinguished instantly. In that moment, Aragami Kyomu understood the joy of ancient warlords. Possessing a mighty and loyal steed truly could turn the tide of battle, allowing for relentless assaults across the battlefield. Roar! Kyomu shouted, his hair whipped back by the wind as he praised, "Well done, Green Snake!" He harbored no resentment towards the Green Snake for claiming kills. With an abundance of sand ninja ahead, there were far too many for Kyomu to handle alone. The loss of a few to the snake mattered little. Reaching into his ninja pouch, Kyomu extracted a sealed scroll, hurling it into the air. "Open wide, Green Snake!" Without hesitation, the green snake obeyed, its pupils dilating as it experienced a culinary assault unlike any other. Hundreds of roasted toad legs vanished into its maw, hardly enough to fill the gaps between its teeth, yet the flavor lingered tantalizingly. "Let's keep this our little secret from Ichikashima him-sama," Kyomo whispered, patting the snake below him. "Consider it a little feast for you." The green snake's eyes brightened in understanding, its strength seemingly bolstered by the meal, enhancing Kyomu-sama's regard for it even further. Masterful in winning hearts, Kyomo knew well how to ensure the loyalty of his summoning beast. "More sand ninja are approaching, Kyomu-sama. With me here, worry not." The green snake's eyes gleamed coldly, its head rearing back before its tail swept forward with devastating force. Whoosh! The earth shook as the tail's sweep toppled trees and sand ninja alike, those unable to react meeting a brutal end mid-air, crushed by the sheer force. Yet, some, swift in their response and notable in strength, managed to avoid immediate death, showcasing at least the prowess of Chunin. But Kyomo was far from idle. Dashing forward, his form electrified, Kyomu-sama's speed reached its peak, moving along the snake's body to position himself for an attack. As the green snake retracted its tail, Kyomu leapt, hanging momentarily in mid-air before locking eyes with the sand ninja before him. Instant phantom sword formation. With a burst of chakra from his feet, Kyomu exploded forward, his shadow clones and illusions deploying simultaneously, each seeking their target. In an instant, dozens of Kyomus struck, their blades gleaming red in the sky, painting a gruesome picture of life's fleeting nature as blood splattered through the air. Landing gracefully, the green snake caught Kyomu in its massive jaws, steadying him on its head as it surged forward with renewed speed. The relentless advance continued, crushing and electrifying those in its path, until a familiar figure emerged among the sand ninja, her clothing reversed to reveal a smooth back and green, short-cropped hair. It was Pakura. And as Pakura caught sight of Kyomu atop the green snake, a thrill ran through her. This guy! Clutching her fists, Pakura's body trembled, torn between excitement and fear, haunted by memories of past encounters with death. We meet again, Kyomo murmured across the distance. If you flee now, for old time's sake, I might pretend not to see. This time, I won't be defeated by you. Pakura's aura surged. Aragami Kyomu, let's battle. As you wish. Kyomu's expression was icy, a reminder that not valuing a given chance to live was not his fault. Sensing Kyomu's intent, the green snake thrust its head forward at his signal, launching him like a meteor across the battlefield towards Pakura. As Kyomu's sword, his body and the blade of yoi he held were enveloped in crackling electricity, enhancing his speed and power as he cut through the air towards his opponent. Boom! Landing with force, Kyomo utilized the momentum, kneeling upon impact as yoi was thrust into the ground, creating a crater around him. The electricity from yoi's blade surged into the earth, spreading rapidly from Kyomu as its epicenter, engulfing the nearby sand ninja in a storm of lightning. This widespread and dispersed electrical assault might not have been lethal, but it was enough to paralyze the body, causing temporary rigidity in the affected sand ninja. In these critical moments, their vulnerability was absolute. With the ground beneath him collapsing further, Kyomo launched himself forward once again, his wrist twisting to flourish yoi in a sweeping motion. His arm lashed out, sending slashes of cutting wind across the battlefield. The air chilled as the electrically bound sand ninja could only watch in despair as the slashes approached, slicing them into halves or severing their limbs from their bodies. As Kyomo engaged the enemy, the green snake was far from idle. Its massive body and hard scales served as lethal weapons, its simple but devastating tail sweeps rendering any notion of resistance futile. Such was the force that only the mightiest of Cloud Ninja might stand a chance against it. And yet, I can't use Earth Release Jutsu. Under the influence of the lightning chakra Kyomo had infused into the ground, those sand ninja who had managed to react and were confident in countering with Earth Release found themselves shouting in frustration and anger. Their capabilities were rendered null by the electrical disruption, leaving them to watch helplessly as their comrades fell before them. Kyomu, I want your life! Cries of defiance rose from the ranks of the sand ninja, though such declarations only served to amuse Kyomu, who found the situation slightly amusing rather than concerning. The summoning beasts of the three great sages, often relegated to minor roles in the later stages of the ninja world, demonstrated formidable combat prowess and deterrence in this timeline. Combined with Kyomu's exceptional ability for focused breakthroughs, together they formed an unbeatable duo capable of both breaching defenses and dealing widespread damage. He just used a powerful lightning release jutsu, his chakra must be low. Some sand ninja speculated, hoping to find an advantage. Indeed, the situation was as they assessed, but unbeknownst to them, a ring worn by Kyomo was silently playing a crucial role. The storage ring, designed for moments like these, was replenishing his chakra. Kyomu, your opponent is me, you bastard! Pakura charged forward as Kyomu landed and replenished his chakra. Kyomu, readying yoi, responded, as you wish. In that instant, the two clashed, their confrontation igniting the air with intense heat and brilliant flames, painting the sky red. Chapter 105. Pakura, loyal and diligent to the hidden sand village, tragically died by the hands of her own village. This was her sorrow, yet it did not serve as a reason for Kyomu to sympathize. They were enemies at this juncture. No quarter could be given. Should she manage to flee, Kyomo might not chase. His goal was to massively eliminate those sand shinobi harboring enmity towards him, leveraging his passive skills to swiftly enhance his prowess. To forsake the larger prey for the multitude of smaller ones in the pond was a sacrifice Kyomo was not ready to make. He was casting a wide net. The scorching heat brought about by the soaring scorch release chakra forced the surrounding sand shinobi to shield themselves and unanimously step back. Kyomu's possession of scorch release Kekii Genkai was no longer a secret among the sand, and Chobasama had informed the special jonin and above on how to counter him. But to no avail. At least, not at the moment. Was Kyomu unaware of his own weaknesses? Perhaps he had overlooked them, but since his clash with Karura and the minor cuts inflicted by her sand, he recognized and seriously considered his vulnerabilities. Therefore, when he charged into enemy ranks alone, he disregarded his chakra consumption to unleash a Raiden with a wide area of effect. His aim was to halt, for a brief moment, those sand shinobi proficient in earth release, be they special jonin or jonin, from hindering him. Though the Raiden chakra would eventually dissipate, it afforded Kyomo a brief window to slaughter the Sans Chunin and Genin as one would poultry. Boom! The fiery explosion birthed an orange mushroom cloud, the shockwave ploughing a deep furrow in the ground. As the high-temperature crystallized mud and stones rained down like fiery hail, Kyomo seized the moment, charging into the enemy ranks back first. Yet, the Sand Shinobi were no fools. Aware of Kyomo's singular combat prowess and his signature instant shadow phantom blade formation, they kept their distance. With Aoda warily eyeing from the side, the Sand Shinobi naturally refrained from clustering, lest they fall en masse to either Kyomo or Aoda. T/N, I didn't like to use green snake, and I think this should be the snake's name. Chinese names are sometime a pain to translate. They dispersed, attacking in pairs or trios, attempting to harass or ambush Kyomo, thereby buying time for stronger combatants to strike. You think yourselves clever, but it's futile. Kyomo scoffed, my Aoda is no mere decoration. Time to work. Following his roar, Aoda sprang into action. Kyomo, turning abruptly, unleashed a narrow beam of sword energy. Aoda, with its head lowered, swiftly caught up, aligning next to Kyomo. Aoda's massive body acted as a shield for Kyomo from the left, creating a relatively stable combat environment. Meanwhile, the various jutsu unleashed by the Sand Shinobi continuously bombarded Aoda's scales. The weaker attacks were easily shrugged off by Aoda, but those cast by the special Jonin and above managed to inflict damage. Particularly, the following Karura, with her scorch release Kekkei Genkai, dealt significant harm to Aoda, melting or shattering its scales with every fireball that struck. Aoda, in pain, became even more ferocious. Taking advantage of Kyomo's leap, it violently swept its body around the battlefield, claiming the lives of many unfortunate souls. However, the dispersed Sand Shinobi, sparingly grouped, did not present many opportunities for widespread carnage. Kyomo understood that he could not afford to linger in battle against the sand. Mounting Aoda, Kyomo, with his bloodied blade pointed forward, commanded, "Continue the charge." "You dare!" Her eyes splitting with fury, Karura, along with other Sand Shinobi, could scarcely believe Kyomo's intent. While the swarm tactic was effective against formidable individuals, the Sand's primary objective was not to besiege Kyomo but to protect the field hospital. As Kyomo and Aoda neared the field hospital, the Sand Shinobi could no longer afford to disperse and attack in phases, they had to block Kyomo's path at all costs. Failing that, the patients within the field hospital would fall prey to Kyomo's slaughter. The chase continued, with Karura and others impeded by Aoda's brethren, summoned by Kyomo in a desperate bid to reach the field hospital and wreak havoc, fully aware of the frenzied response this would provoke from the sand. The raspy sound of sand and the swift movements marked the relentless advance of Aoda and Kyomo, with Kyomo occasionally exploiting openings to launch his blade, each strike claiming the lives of Sand Shinobi with rare misses. Kyomo reveled in the battle, but the pain evident in Aoda's eyes grew increasingly intense. Like a serpent beset by ants in the wilderness, capable of crushing many but ultimately overwhelmed by the incessant bites, Aoda felt the agony of death by a multitude of insignificant foes. "Hold on, we're almost there." Though Kyomo empathized with Aoda's suffering, he decided to push Aoda a bit further. "Kyomo-sama, I can do this." As Aoda continued its swift advance, it reassured him, "I will surely deliver you to your destination and escort you out of the encirclement." The voice was faint yet resolute. Kyomo, unable to resist, gently patted Aoda's head, their bond beyond words. Regretting his past decision to lend Aoda to Orochimaru, Kyomo vowed such mistakes would not recur. As chakra surged within him, he bit his finger, leaping from Aoda to the ground and slamming his hands down. Summoning Jutsu, Great Serpent Array. The summoning formula spread across the ground, consuming Kyomo's chakra like a torrent. This act was not without purpose. When smoke from 10 directions erupted, serpents slightly smaller than Aoda but still massive were summoned. Sharing Aoda's appearance, these were his kin, with Aoda as their king. Kyomo, therefore, had the right to summon them, albeit at a great chakra cost. Thanks to the chakra storage ring, Kyomo's depleted chakra was swiftly replenished, ensuring his combat readiness. Though Aoda's kin possessed intelligence, they lacked the ability to speak as humans and their strength paled in comparison to Aoda's. However, their numbers were their advantage. Spanning across the battlefield like a mountain range, they effectively cut off the pursuing Sand Shinobi's advance. Despite the Sand Shinobi's ability to swiftly defeat them, still took time. With the serpent's speed, they could cover another kilometer or two, carrying Kyomo further into the fray. Pakura, halted by the 10 serpents, her eyes flickered with urgency and rage. Prepared to confront Kyomo head-on, she found herself ignored, her efforts to engage him futile. From the beginning, Kyomo's objective was the patients and medical ninjas of the Sans Field Hospital, aiming to strike at the heart of their defenses and provoke enmity. Pakura and other Sand Shinobi, obstructed by the serpents, could only watch as Kyomo, carried by Aoda, vanished from sight. The Sans Field Hospital faced imminent danger. In less than a minute, the bustling and chaotic evacuation scene at the field hospital came sharply into Kyomo's view. Meanwhile, Ren and others, taking advantage of the distraction provided by Kyomo and Aoda, precisely identified and exploited the gaps in the Sans defenses, swiftly infiltrating. Though unable to match the speed of Aoda and Kyomo, they remained within reach, ensuring they did not fall behind. Unleashing the IAI, Crimson Moon Slash, the fiery blade cut through most of the Sand Shinobi's defensive jutsus, though a few managed to slip through. Aoda, unhesitatingly raising its body, took the brunt of several combined jutsus with its flesh, its scales shattered and flesh torn, bearing significant injuries. Kyomu, deeply moved, turned back and shouted, "Prepare for combined jutsu." Genma, Ebisu and others responded promptly, deploying a wind-fire combo jutsu as per Kyomu's strategy. The wind fueled the fire's fury, with the strength of at least 60 people rivaling the might of Uchiha Madara's majestic fire techniques. Yet, the technique deployed by Kyomu's team wasn't aimed forward but soared skyward, for Kyomu intended to add his own flame to the inferno. Leaping into the air, he faced the oncoming jutsu, channeling his chakra through Yoi, the ring replenishing his chakra for the 3rd time. Fully committed, Kyomu, with Yoi as a conduit and the inferno before him as a source, used his chakra to coalesce the flames into a massive blue sword beam, rising to the heavens. In that moment, the clouds above disintegrated, the rising steam quickly forming rain clouds amid the thunderous echoes. Yet, Kyomu paid no heed to this phenomenon, for the Raiden, Kirin was beyond his grasp at this time. Aoda. With a shout, Aoda understood, its tail flicking Kyomu higher into the air. Soaring with a 500-meter-long blue flame trailing behind, Kyomu presented a spectacle of awe and terror. What is this? Pakura, arriving late to the scene, gazed at the tiny figure in the sky, trailing a long flame, and murmured in disbelief. From the rumors of purple flames to now blue, she glanced at her hands, pondering the extents and variations of scorch release. But her shock was brief. Within a second, her expression drastically changed, horror and outrage filling her eyes. Aragami Kyomu, how dare you! Her scream echoed far, but Kyomu, high above, remained unaffected, his determination as firm as ever, despite the blood he tasted. Bearing the colossal pressure of a blade hundreds of meters long with a stature less than 1.6 meters, the strain on Kyomo was unimaginable. Yet, as the last line of defense for the Sans Field Hospital braced for impact, they too felt the divine punishment bearing down upon them. With a collective scream, the Sand Shinobi bolstered their spirits, facing the impending doom with cries of defiance. As their shouts filled the air, Kyomu, too, let out a roar. The slash that descends from the heavens, catch it if you can. His arms bulged, his clothes tearing apart, revealing blood vessels swollen to their limits, the high-speed blood flow causing them to rupture and drench his arms in blood. With a Herculean effort, he lifted the shadow blade and the colossal blue flame above his head. A tear in his muscles, audible only to him, signaled his body's limit as he plunged, directing the immense blade towards the Sans Field Hospital below. The world seemed to halt. No. Pakura's desperate scream was futile, the impact was imminent. A thunderous roar followed by a violent tremor marked the moment of impact, as the ground shook beneath them, unleashing a semi-spherical wave of flame that soared into the sky, culminating in a rising mushroom cloud. Whoosh! The shockwave threw Pakura, who was running forward, and other Sand Shinobi behind her, into the air like dolls caught in a tempest. SSSHHH. The aftermath brought a rain of debris mixed with dried blood, blackened bandages, tent fragments, and charred human remains. Silence, a deathly quiet followed the explosion's roar, inducing temporary deafness, as if one were trapped in a vacuum, blurring vision with intense pain and forcing eyes shut against the glaring brightness. The second wave of heat, brought on by the blast, ignited everything flammable in its vicinity, painting the sky with a false dawn. Thud! Kyomu plummeted, caught by the grievously wounded Aoda, which had, despite its injuries, shielded Ren and the rest under its massive body, absorbing the full brunt of the attack. Aragami-sama. Aoda's voice was weak but determined. I will take you away from here. Ignoring the scorching ground beneath, Aoda, carrying Kyomo and his comrades, quickly retreated from the battlefield, leaving behind the devastated field hospital, ensuring no survivors. This act foretold the raging storm of retaliation that the Sand Shinobi would unleash in response to their unfathomable loss. Chapter 106. With the assistance of his team, Kyomo was unaware of the exact number of lives he had taken with a single stroke. Counting them was a luxury he couldn't afford. Yet, the obliteration of a field hospital spanning the area of 2 football fields, including the patients, medical ninjas and some defense Sand Shinobi within and around it, undoubtedly claimed no fewer than 400 to 500 lives. Though they were not formidable in combat, these were living beings, all personally ended by Kyomu, activating the bloodthirst buff to its fullest potential. The enhancement was indeed significant. The strain Kyomu placed on himself during the swing was now fully healed, taking less than 5 minutes to recover. Even with the aid of Yoi and his other equipment, the major contribution to his recovery was the bloodthirst buff. Warm currents continually cleansed his body, significantly increasing his chakra levels and potential, which he could easily harness with a bit of effort. Notably, Kyomu found his shinobi sandals slightly tighter, a clear sign he had grown taller. Besides these evident or subtle changes, powers hidden deep within Kyomu's lineage began to stir, signaling the emergence of yang-release chakra linked to vitality. Though not yet harnessable by Kyomu, the mere presence of such power was promising, for it would eventually become utilizable as it grew stronger. This was exceptionally good news. However, before Kyomu could fully comprehend the benefits of this battle, his sixth sense suddenly alerted him to a lethal danger approaching from behind. Alongside the bloodthirst buff, the soul drain buff also activated. It seems the Sand Shinobi have lost their minds, Kyomu muttered, concerned yet somewhat pleased. More than 1,300 Sand Shinobi are in pursuit, the exact number unknown, but getting caught in their encirclement. While I could escape, the survival of my team is uncertain. We've indeed become a thorn in the Sand's side, as if we've desecrated their ancestors' graves. Shaking his head with a smile, Kyomu quickly regained his composure. I anticipated this situation. Mad Sand Shinobi are easier to exploit for their mistakes. It's time to showcase my skills again. And all this is just a prelude to my true goal, your stronghold. His thoughts clearing, Kyomu looked back at his team, either standing or resting on Aoda, their eyes filled with unwavering admiration and loyalty. They were willing to follow Kyomu for life. At the same moment, Kyomu noticed something off about Aoda, his expression instantly changing. Aoda, stop. Head back to Rikid to heal. Aragami-sama, I can do this, Aoda insisted firmly. If I can charge into battle with you, I can also ensure your safe retreat. Please, trust me. I do trust you, Kyomu assured, patting Aoda's large head. But the challenges that await me require you at your peak, not dragging along with severe injuries. We'll face life and death together when the time comes, not now. Understood, Aragami-sama, Aoda responded, slowly coming to a halt and gently lowering the team to the ground before finally placing Kyomu down. As Kyomu stood on solid ground, he fully grasped the extent of Aoda's injuries. The left side of Aoda's body was missing large patches of scales, clearly from protecting Kyomu during their charge, assaulted by relentless jutsu from the Sand Shinobi. Moreover, the belly's wounds were more severe, a testament to Aoda's defense against the shockwaves on behalf of Ren and others. Though these injuries were not critical for Aoda's massive body, equating to moderate damage and possibly reducing its combat effectiveness by a third, Kyomu still felt a pang of heartache. Aoda was not just a pet but a companion and fellow warrior. The sacrifice Aoda made was far greater than any pet's instinct to protect its owner. Reaching into his ninja tool bag, Kyomu retrieved a sealing scroll and fed Aoda hundreds of toad legs, promising a share of future spoils, albeit not more than what he'd offer the revered Ichikashima him but certainly no less. Aoda's snake eyes blinked in appreciation, swallowing the feast with a human-like smile of gratitude. Kyomu's care in placing Aoda on equal footing with Ichikashima him touched it deeply. After a moment of heartfelt connection, Ren approached. Captain, the Sand Shinobi in pursuit, there are many, less than 5 kilometers away. Let's move. Kyomu commanded, leading his team in a rapid escape. The futility of outrunning the Sand's relentless chase was evident. The desperation of bereaved soldiers was not to be underestimated. As Kyomu and his team sought refuge, both Raiza at the front lines and Cho, safeguarding the rear, were infuriated by the news of their pursuit. Useless. Both leaders, though on different fronts, shared the same initial reaction and resolution: Kyomo must be eliminated, even at the cost of delaying their military strategies. Raiza temporarily halted his advance into the Land of Fire to reinforce the rear, leading 3,000 Sand Shinobi to assist Cho in encircling Kyomu and his Leaf Ninja squad. The necessity to remove Kyomo was paramount, risking the momentum of the war effort to prevent him from causing further havoc. Now, as Kyomu and his small team of 70, heavily pursued, sought refuge in the borderlands between the river and wind countries, they faced the daunting task of infiltrating the wind country without alerting its vigilant border defense. With Sand Shinobi fortifying the border and specialized sensing ninjas among them, bypassing unnoticed was a formidable challenge. Yet, without alternatives and the encirclement tightening, Kyomo had no choice but to press on, relying on his cunning and the invaluable assistance of Ichikashima him, the millennia-old loli, to navigate the perilous path ahead. As Kyomu and his squad, disheveled and in hiding for over a dozen days, finally approached the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind, their supplies of ninja tools remained, but their food and water were nearly depleted. Ugh, Kyomu, looking somewhat haggard, complained, "It's just one field hospital we destroyed, yet over 4,000 of them have been on our heels like mad dogs for days." Ren appeared even more worn than Kyomu, his Byakugan overused to an extreme, making constant combat seem like an understatement. "Captain, to us, it was merely a field hospital, but to the Sand, it represents a blood feud and their grave concern for rear security," Ren explained. "I understand, but they will truly know fear the day after tomorrow." Kyomu clenched his fist, striking the ground before calling out, "Map!" Quickly spreading the map on the ground, Ren and the other 4 squad leaders gathered around. Kyomu glanced at the map, pointing out, "We are here. 9 kilometers ahead is the border with the Land of Wind, and 30 kilometers beyond that lies a desert. Just at the edge of the desert is the small country of Iran. I don't know why the Land of Wind allows such a small country to exist within its borders, but that's the only place we can resupply after entering the Land of Wind." Ren considered this for a moment and nodded, "Captain is right. But our immediate concern is how to sneak into the Land of Wind." The Land of Wind's border, despite its length, was closely monitored, especially during wartime. Additionally, each Sand Shinobi team guarding the border included at least one sensory ninja. While not as powerful as the Byakugan, they could detect disturbances within a 3 to 5 kilometer radius. Moreover, Sand Shinobi had been stationed along the border of the Land of Rivers, making unnoticed passage challenging despite the gaps Aragami Kyomu had exploited in the past days. Without an alternative, Kyomu and his team had no choice but to proceed. The extensive search by the Sand was time-consuming and labor-intensive, but they were determined to eliminate Kyomu and his squad. Despite the daunting odds, Kyomu had a plan. "I've already thought of a way to deal with this," Kyomu reassured, patting his ninja tool bag. "Just follow my lead. For now, we need to plan our route inside the Land of Wind." After devising a strategy, Kyomu had Ren pack up the map. He then summoned Ichikashima him, without exchanging words, and immediately presented a feast of toad legs, which the millennia-old loli couldn't resist. Naturally, Ren and the others also salivated at the sight, having not eaten properly for days. Once Ichikashima him had indulged in the toad legs, she finally turned to Kyomu with a raised eyebrow. "You didn't summon me just to offer tribute, did you? Your insight is as sharp as ever, Ichikashima him." "My modest intentions are transparent before your wisdom," Kyomu appraised, to which Ichikashima him responded with a satisfied smirk. "Considering you're a contract signer I've taken a liking to, I'll grant your request this time." Kyomu wasted no time in sharing his plan with Ichikashima him. With a snap of her fingers, Ichikashima him declared, "Easy. Line up, everyone. Follow me." Kyomu and his team promptly formed a line, following the loli through the desert, unfazed by the pursuing Sand Shinobi closing in. Chapter 107. "Hey, have you seen any traces of Aragami Kyomu and his group here?" asked the leader of a group posing as Sand Shinobi, their expressions bewildered, thoughts as tangled as threads in their minds. However, in just a moment, unrelated thoughts connected, forming a perfect loop. "No sightings yet. Were you lured here by them?" "Yes, we've been tricked again," the Sand Shinobi leader gritted his teeth. "Such a cunning bunch. So, what's your plan now? We've been running around the land of rivers for over 10 days chasing that bastard Kyomu. Another sand shinobi chimed in, but with a leaf forward protector clearly visible. If it wasn't Kyomu, then who could it be? Ichikashima him glanced back at Kyomu but didn't say much more. Seizing the moment, Kyomu added, coincidentally, we received secret orders to return to our village. As for supplies. His statement was full of holes, but under Ichikashima him's mystical influence, the sand shinobi interrogating them overlooked these inconsistencies. You can take ours. We're rotating out in 2 days anyway. Thank you, you're a good person. With a wave of his hand, Kyomu and the previously anxious Ren and others boldly grabbed as many supplies as they could, wearing their leaf shinobi uniforms without any attempt to hide their identities. Minutes later, replenished with supplies, Ichikashima him resumed leading the group, her diminutive figure boldly marching ahead, effortlessly bypassing the land of river's border defense and soon encountering the sand shinobi guarding the land of wind's frontier. We've received secret orders to return to our village. Ichikashima him extended her hand backward, and Kyomu quickly understood, handing over a crumpled piece of paper. Here, take a look. The sand shinobi leader inspected it but found nothing amiss. You're clear to go. No issues here. Thank you, you're a good person too, Kyomu added, ever polite as they crossed into the land of wind. Ichikashima him shot Kyomu a disdainful look, tired of his theatrics. After traveling another 7 kilometers into the land of wind, she grew impatient. This is as far as I go. I don't like the weather here, she pouted, turning around. Kyomu, I'm satisfied with this tribute, but remember to change it up next time. Or else. I might roast you instead. Kyomu nodded in understanding, and Ichikashima him, satisfied, vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to Rikid. Kyomu and his team continued on, finally taking a moment to rest after days of relentless pursuit. They emerged from their hiding spot, refreshed and ready to face what lay ahead, despite the constant threat from the sand shinobi. Meanwhile, back at the sand, Cho slammed her desk in frustration, unable to comprehend how Kyomu continuously evaded their pursuit. The realization that Kyomu and his team might have already infiltrated the land of wind set off alarms, prompting urgent action to prevent any potential threats to the land of wind or the hidden sand village. Orochimaru laughed heartily upon hearing of Kyomu's successful infiltration, amused by the sand shinobi's failure to stop him. Tsunade, intrigued by Kyomu's reputation and apparent charm even among summoning creatures, expressed a keen interest in meeting him, wondering about the secrets behind his success. After Ichikashima him's departure, Kyomu exhaled deeply, leading Ren and the others in a swift dash across 10 more miles before finally halting. Safe. At Kyomu's declaration, his followers relaxed all at once, collapsing onto the ground in relief. After the exhausting days on the run, this moment of safety allowed them to unwind and rest comfortably. Following a brief rest, the team's eyes turned to Kyomu, filled with curiosity and questions. That was Ichikashima him, one of the 3 elders of Rikid, the abode of the serpent sages, who has lived for 1,000 years, Kyomu explained, and his companions nodded in understanding. Ichikashima him, despite her youthful appearance, boasts profound strength, likely making her a formidable presence even among other renowned sages. Her sage techniques, shrouded in mystery, underscore her pivotal role in Rikid's rigorous trials testing spirit, will, and physical endurance. And though she primarily oversees physical trials, her adeptness in the first 2 is a given. It's important to remember, Ichikashima him's lowly form is a sage art illusion. Beneath this guise lies a body larger and possibly more potent than Aoda's, a phosphorus serpent of immense size. That she could stand so close without detection speaks volumes of her mastery over enchanting illusions. This ability allowed Kyomu and his team to bypass the sand's defenses seamlessly, a tactic not deployed sooner due to uncertainties regarding Ichikashima him's temperament and the potential for her to abandon the mission prematurely. Indeed, Kyomu's concern was warranted as Ichikashima him took the first viable excuse to leave, albeit not without first issuing a playful threat to Kyomu, a testament to the quirky nature of Rikid's denizens. Ah, how I miss Aoda. Kyomu couldn't help but reminisce, recognizing Aoda's unique loyalty amidst Rikid's generally capricious inhabitants. After finding a suitable spot, the team of 70 burrowed into the ground, resting undisturbed for 2 days. Upon awakening fully refreshed, they surfaced like moles, ready to continue their journey. Refreshing! Exclaimed Genma, stretching leisurely before approaching Kyomo with a grin. Captain, you've navigated us through the Sand's blockade into the land of wind with ease. Keep it down, Kyomo replied half-jokingly, kicking Genma, who only laughed harder in response. I've been meaning to say, Genma began, for flattening that Sandfield Hospital, I must take at least 1/70th of the credit, right? Acknowledging everyone's contribution, Kyomo agreed, emphasizing the collective effort behind their success. As the team resumed their march towards the heart of the land of wind, their spirits were high, fully aware of the monumental task ahead. Yet, they remained undeterred, prepared to stir the very foundations of the Sand Village in an operation destined to be tumultuous. As the sun set, the dispatched Sand Shinobi returned, the crumpled secret orders in hand, leaving Cho and her forces to grapple with the reality of Kyomo's elusive tactics. Whether through genjutsu or some unfathomable means, Kyomo's actions threatened to upend the precarious balance of power, prompting a desperate scramble to counter an increasingly unpredictable foe. Chapter 108. Retreat. Raiza gritted his teeth, issuing the retreat order with anger and reluctance. There were problems on the home front, and if he continued to blindly push forward, defeat was inevitable. Wars between ninjas also consume resources, and not insignificantly. Setting aside basic weapons like shurikens and kunao, just the use of explosive tags could deplete supplies in a battle. If resupply couldn't keep up, it would be easy to suffer significant losses. Especially since the bulk of the forces in ninja warfare are comprised of chunin and genin, who don't have a vast amount of chakra. Explosive tags, serving as substitutes for some C-rank ninja techniques, become the best option for supplementing ninja techniques. Without explosive tags, chunin and genin would struggle to engage in prolonged combat. Besides explosive tags, restorative medicines are also a major consideration. The absence of such supplies severely diminishes a ninja's endurance in battle. As such, by cutting off the supply for a sufficient duration, the numerical advantage could become a disadvantage, with the well-supplied side chasing down the other. Raiza couldn't take that risk. He had to move the battleground back into the land of wind to shorten the supply line and alleviate the logistical strain. Seeing Raiza's retreat, Orochimaru immediately led his forces to press forward, reclaiming the territory previously lost. The morale of the Leaf side surged significantly. Aragami Kyomu must die. Raiza repeated this phrase countless times in his rage within the camp. After calming down, he asked, Cho, what do you think we should do? Completely withdraw from the land of fire, retreat back to the river country, and form a standoff with Orochimaru's forces. This territory was hard won, giving it up now would waste all our efforts. Raiza was clearly unwilling. Cho, I still think. Kazekage, Cho interrupted. The war with the Leaf has only been going on for less than 4 months. The outcomes of a few battles or dragging out the conflict doesn't constitute a significant loss for us. Don't forget, the other 3 major hidden villages are still sharpening their knives. As long as we drag this out without significant losses in ninjas or resources, we will ultimately win this war. Cho saw things clearly, having experienced the Second Great Ninja War herself. Drag it out, don't show any weaknesses, strive to deplete the Leaf's military strength, especially their elite ninjas. Little by little, we can wear them down. With the current situation, large-scale troop movements are not advisable. We should opt for elite skirmishes at the front and large-scale encirclements in the rear to wear down Orochimaru's front forces while eliminating the thorns in our side. This steady and secure approach will undoubtedly be effective. Raiza might not have the strategic or political acumen of Cho, but he was persuadable and not overly stubborn. After some thought, although still with reluctance, Raiza decided to follow Chiyo's advice. Let's do as Cho suggests. Then he asked, Cho, should I lead the forces back, or will you personally make the trip? The issue of Kyomo slipping through our fingers originated from me, therefore, I shall take responsibility. Cho decided to personally lead the forces to encircle Kyomo and his team. There was a first time and a second time, but I will not allow such a thing to happen a third time. Then, I'll leave it to you, Cho. Raiza stood up. I'll arrange for the orderly retreat of the front forces. If you need anything, just let me know. Cho nodded without saying a word, exiting the tent with Raiza as they each set about their tasks. The Sand's front forces are on the move again. It looks like they're planning to leave our territory and retreat back to the river country, Tsunade pondered. The Sand seems intent on wearing us down. But this is the best course of action for them and presents an insoluble problem for us, Orochimaru said with gritted teeth. Tsunade, I plan to recall all ninja squads within the river country and have Kyomo continue to serve as a thorn in the land of wind. You're giving up on Kyomu. Tsunade was shocked. Orochimaru maintained a stoic face. Their movements have made their strategy clear. They're blatantly setting up to encircle our squads, harassing their rear. With our already limited personnel, and considering all squads in the enemy's rear are composed of elites, continued attrition without reinforcements from the village would leave us defenseless when the Sand launches a major offensive. Recalling the squads in the river country while keeping Kyomu as a thorn in their side not only preserves our elite forces but also diverts some of the Sand's attention. It's a win-win situation that benefits us. Tsunade bit her lip, still disagreeing. But giving up on Kyomo means we'll lack a team capable of steadily disrupting and raiding the Sand's rear in the future. Moreover, Kyomo is full of potential and could become a ninja capable of standing on his own, even surpassing Sakumo in strength, given time. Sacrificing Kyomo for short-term gains is short-sighted and foolish for the future. We're not abandoning him, Orochimaru shook his head. We're simply unable to offer more help. Moreover, I haven't ordered Kyomu to stay in the Land of Wind without the possibility of retreat. He's free to withdraw at any time, and I'll arrange for someone to assist him. Isn't that just self-deception? Tsunade wanted to argue further but Orochimaru stopped her. We must have faith in Kyomu. If he can break through the Sand's encirclement time and again, he can surely do so this time as well. Don't forget, Kyomu can summon Ichikashima him from the Rikid. With her assistance, deceiving the enemy shouldn't be difficult. Hearing this, Tsunade sighed and gave up on arguing. However, after a pause, she still wanted to push a bit further, to provide as much help as possible on the front. I think we should immediately launch an offensive against the Sand's front forces. Making them feel pressured on the battlefield will prevent them from focusing all their forces on encircling our squads in the rear. That's all we can do, Orochimaru agreed. But I can't guarantee the effectiveness. If the Sand is determined, our efforts might not mean much. We'll do our best. Tsunade's mood was somewhat downcast. If it weren't for the severe shortage of personnel, things wouldn't be this bad. We'll stall as long as we can. I believe the future holds a turning point for the war. Let's hope so. Shaking her head, Tsunade turned to leave. Orochimaru wasn't idle either, immediately organizing personnel to chase after the Sand's steadily retreating front forces. As Tsunade said, the more they could deplete the Sand's forces, the better it would be for the future of the war. Iran. After days of travel, Kyomu and his team arrived here for supplies, perfectly disguised without arousing suspicion. What are you looking at, Captain? Nothing much, just finding Iran quite unique, Kyomu shook his head, moving on. Maybe after the war ends, or when there's an opportunity, I'll come back for a visit. The team didn't press further, and Kyomu didn't explain what made Iran so special. Dragon Vein, however, were an alluring power he was keen to tap into, not for time travel but for the chakra they contained. He had no regrets in the past or expectations for the future that made time travel appealing. Putting his thoughts aside, Kyomu started to feel out the changes in his body. Since acquiring his new passive skill, almost a month had passed. Apart from decimating a Sand Ninja field hospital, Kyomu hadn't killed many Sand Ninjas himself, not fully utilizing the passive. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that the Sand Ninja were too numerous, risking being overwhelmed is not a good choice. Since entering the Land of Wind, Kyomu had been on the defensive, with each aspect of his physicality nearly tripling, stronger, faster, more spirited, and with more chakra. However, these were just the basics. Fully realizing these improvements in power would take time, which was scarce during the war. Kind of jealous of Kakashi and Obito right now, Kyomu mused. They're probably still on standby in the village. If it were me, I'd definitely be stronger than I am now. Before he could dwell further, a messenger snake appeared at his feet. It was a message from Orochimaru. Holding the report, Kyomu's initial glance filled him with frustration. I've become expendable. He cursed inwardly. Even if the reasons were valid, couldn't they have sought reinforcements from the village, especially with the other three major hidden villages still at bay? His expression visibly darkened as he quickly formulated a plan. Everyone, halt! There's a change in plans. Captain, what's happened? Kyomu decided not to hide the truth. The Sand has changed its strategy. They no longer seek a quick victory but plan to solidify their rear and gradually erode our elite forces. To preserve more of our elites, Orochimaru has recalled all ninja squads from the river country. We, deep behind enemy lines, will attract all of the Sand's attention. It's less about the sand encircling our elites and more about them encircling us. What? Ren and the others were in disbelief. It shouldn't be like this. The sand isn't foolish, and this war allows them to drag things out, something we can't afford, Kyomo explained. The sand isn't fighting alone, whereas we face battles on multiple fronts. The advantage is clearly theirs. While I don't agree with Orochimaru's decision, it's the reality. Captain, we'll follow your lead, a squad leader immediately expressed support. Thank you for your trust. Nodding, Kyomo issued orders. Retreat to Iran. Since we can't leave right away, let's use this time to rest and celebrate New Year's in a foreign land. Kyomo was initially angry but soon showed no signs of panic. Why panic? In fact, he was somewhat pleased. Previously, he was worried about not having time to explore Iran's dragon veins due to the war. Now, Orochimaru had inadvertently provided ample time. It was an unexpected boon, albeit with risks. But Kyomo wasn't in a hurry. With Ichikishima's assistance, solving this issue wouldn't be hard. He was also curious about any connection between the dragon in dragon veins and the dragon in Rickard. Just as he was about to turn back, Ren raised a concern. Captain, didn't we spot some suspected sand intelligence ninjas in Iran during our last resupply? They didn't notice us, but I'm worried. Turn them into one of us, Kyomo suggested. Besides, we don't plan to stay long in Iran. I have a plan. Ren nodded, following Kyomo back to Iran. Disguise was necessary, and with so many new faces, they couldn't just stroll through Iran openly. Opting for a bold move, Kyomo led his team into the Queen's Palace in Iran. However, 70 people were too conspicuous, and their presence would inevitably be discovered given enough time. The consumption of food and water alone would betray them. When night fell, and everyone was deep in sleep, Kyomo summoned Ichikishima, the millennium-old loli, using a summoning jutsu. The disruption to her sleep left Ichikishima in a foul mood, on the verge of lashing out. Aragami Kyomu, you better have a good reason for this, or else. Chapter 109. The intelligence systems of the ninja countries, while not impenetrable, are comprehensive enough to detect any significant disturbances within or near their borders. Hiding in the land of Iran, Aragami Kyomu and his companions were anything but safe. It was estimated that within 3 days, their presence would be discovered by the Sand Ninja, who would then mobilize a large force to encircle and eliminate them. This situation forced Kyomu to take the risky step of summoning Ichikishima in the middle of the night. There was no time to delay. The reason for summoning Ichikishima was naturally related to the dragon veins of Iran. Ichikishima-sama, I have discovered something in this country that dates back to ancient times, dated even back than the Ryokai cave, Kyomu fabricated excitedly. I couldn't contain my excitement, which is why I summoned you at this hour. Oh. Ichikishima's interest was piqued by Kyomu's words, her previous displeasure forgotten. How long have you been contracted with the Ryokai cave, and yet you claim to know of ancient stuff? Ichikishima asked with a light chuckle. Tell me, what have you found? Dragon veins, Kyomu disclosed. There's a river under this country made purely of chakra. I'm not clear on the specifics, but considering its name shares a connection with the Rika cave, I thought. Dragon veins. Ichikishima pondered for a moment. Show me. Kyomu stood still. Ichikishima-sama, there's one more thing. Can't you just say everything at once? Actually, Ichikishima-sama, because of the dragon veins, my team might have been discovered by the Sand Ninja. Could you possibly assist us? That's simple. Ichikishima didn't doubt his words and simply extended her delicate right hand to snap her fingers. The natural energy within her surged wildly, forming a thin mist that quickly enveloped the entire capital of Iran. With this layer of sage art mist barrier, unless it's someone from the 3 great sage lands like the Slug and Toad, or someone who has trained in sage art, or whose power has reached a certain level. In short, as far as the Sand Ninja are concerned, they can't break through it. Even if they were standing face to face with us, the Sand Ninja wouldn't be able to detect us. This is what true sage art is. Kyomo marveled inwardly, his esteem for Mount Maiboku dropping a notch. In reality, the abilities of the great toad sage from Mount Maiboku were indeed formidable, as he had managed to save a life with a reanimation jutsu even 1,000 years after the death of Tsutsuki Kagaya. T/N? Didn't get it. However, the subsequent generations of toads weren't as powerful, nowhere near the strength of the 3 elders of the Rika cave. Let's go have a look. Ichikishima led the way, and Kyomu, along with his team, removed their disguises and followed her into the entrance that led directly underground. After traveling a distance through the tunnel, a massive steel gate blocked their path, guarded by fully armed warriors of the land of Iran. Yet, with Ichikashima him in the lead, these warriors acted as if under a spell, obediently following her commands. The steel gate was opened, and Ichikashima him led Kyomu inside. However, when Ren and the others prepared to follow, Ichikashima him warned them with a look, forcing them to reluctantly stand outside the gate as guards. Since Kyomu claimed the dragon veins were related to the Rika cave, it was natural that outsiders like Ren couldn't be allowed too close. Left without choice, Kyomu didn't attempt to play the hero. He gave Ren and the others a helpless look and quickly followed Ichikashima him. Once inside, the steel gate was closed by the warriors of Iran, plunging the interior into darkness. Ichikashima him was unaffected, able to see in the dark, but Kyomu couldn't. He resorted to using blaze release to create balls of flame around him for illumination. Descending deeper underground, they finally saw the flickering lights ahead. If not the dragon veins, then what else could it be? Ichikashima him, too, noticed and gasped in awe, wow, such a majestic power. To turn the intangible chakra into something resembling a liquid state, this power could rival that of the Nine Tails. Ichikashima him sama, you know about the Nine Tails? Ichikashima him nodded, yes, I've fought with it before. A very troublesome creature. Kyomu chuckled inwardly, realizing Ichikashima him must have had a tough time against the full power of the Nine Tails, given her tone of grudging respect. But before he could dwell on it, Ichikashima him floated towards the location of the dragon veins. Hovering above the site, Ichikashima him looked down at the vast, bottomless pool filled with bright, chakra-like liquid. This energy, it's so strong that it's on the verge of developing consciousness. Give it another 100 years, and it might become the 10th chakra-based life form after the Nine Tails. Touching her smooth chin, Ichikashima him considered diving in to explore further but hesitated. She was certain that this immense chakra, known as the dragon veins, had no relation to the Rika cave. Kyomu, you're not being honest. Having figured it out, Ichikashima him, without turning back, beckoned, Kyomu, come here. I've found a treasure. Ichikashima him sama, we shouldn't approach the dragon veins recklessly. It could trigger a disturbance, creating a temporal flux that might affect us, sending us either back in time or into the future. Ichikashima him turned around, you know this much about it. I gathered some information through genjutsu from the Queen of Iran, Kyomu explained. Is that so? Ichikashima him pondered, resting her chin on one hand, then what should we do with it? Ichikashima him sama, perhaps you could consume this dragon vein. Kyomu suggested, if you can't do it alone, maybe call the other two. No. Ichikashima him immediately refused, forget them. This treasure is not for sharing. It seemed their relationship was not very cordial. Kyomu thought for a moment, then added, Ichikashima him sama, what do you think? Facing such a treasure, it would be a shame not to seize it. Let me think. Ichikashima him floated in the air, falling silent as she contemplated the dragon veins below. After a while, Ichikashima him's youthful illusion shattered, revealing her true form as a relatively small white phosphorus snake, barely half the size of a green snake. While knowing size doesn't necessarily equate to compatibility, Kyomu couldn't help but muse internally. No wonder you prefer appearing as a young girl. Your actual size. Before Kyomu could further ponder, the illusion dispelled. Ichikashima him shot him a warning glance, the threat in her snake eyes unmistakable. Hastily refocusing, Kyomu behaved respectfully, quietly observing Ichikashima him's next move. The millennia-old Ichikashima him was cautious, not diving directly into the pool but instead leaning forward to inhale a mouthful of the liquid like blue-green chakra. After swallowing, Ichikashima him slowly felt the changes in her body, while the dragon veins, having lost a bit of their power, reacted slightly. Not a strong reaction, but Kyomu could feel the earth tremble slightly, a sign the dragon veins were awakening. The next moment, Ichikashima him, who had been savoring the taste with her eyes closed, opened them, a brief flash of brilliance passing through. Kyomu, I owe you a favor for this, Ichikashima him said seriously, but now you have two choices, let me repay you now, or choose to redeem it in the future. Which will you choose? Of course, now. In this world, favors, except for a few individuals, are almost worthless, and Kyomu didn't have the habit of saving benefits for later use. Besides, there's no guarantee he would need Ichikashima him's favor in the future. I choose now. Kyomu spoke without hesitation, already guessing how Ichikashima him intended to repay him. Still wise, Ichikashima him squinted her eyes. I can temporarily disrupt the incomplete consciousness of the dragon veins. As long as we absorb it quickly, by the time I can no longer suppress its incomplete consciousness, it won't have the strength to do anything else. Kyomu immediately understood Ichikashima him's intention. As long as they plundered quickly while it was dormant, by the time it awoke, it would be powerless to retaliate. But there was still an issue. Ichikashima him-sama, just the two of us might not be enough, right? The people outside together should be enough, right? Kyomu thought for a moment, half agreeing. People have their circles of closeness, and while those outside were part of Kyomu's future team, many were not the foundation of his future core team. Ichikashima him-sama, could you send me back to Konohagakure? Kyomu posed another question. Summoning jutsu is one of the earliest space-time ninjutsu, inspired by it. However, it requires cooperation from the summoned beast, specifically from one of the three Great Sage Lands creatures. The special creatures of the three Great Sage Lands, undoubtedly, not only possess the method of training in sage art but also have the ability to refuse summoning or to proactively summon their contractor to their domain. Furthermore, they can use reverse summoning jutsu to send their contractor back from their domain. This is cumbersome, but if a creature from one of the Sage Lands is present at a certain location, the contractor can be transported from point A to point B by summoning and then reversing the summoning. Kyomu, you're a bit greedy, Ichikashima him squinted, we don't have much time. If you delay, do you understand the consequences? Ichikashima him-sama, if there's a problem, I'll take full responsibility. Well, since that's the case, I'll help you. Ichikashima him eventually agreed, mainly because the temptation of the dragon veins was too significant, but you only have 10 minutes. If you take longer, you won't be able to benefit from here, and afterwards. I will definitely settle accounts with you. Please rest assured, Ichikashima him-sama, I won't cause any problems. Ichikashima him didn't respond, her lovely youthful face instantly transforming into a snake-like appearance, and she spat out a large summoning contract scroll, casually throwing it to Kyomu. Having multiple contract scrolls is not unusual, and for Ichikashima him, one of the elders of the Rika Cave, to have an extra one is entirely normal. Precautions against unforeseen circumstances are always necessary. Catching the somewhat damp contract scroll, Kyomu didn't show any sign of disgust, slinging it diagonally across his back. Ichikashima him-sama, I'm ready. Before Kyomu could finish speaking, Ichikashima him had already reverse summoned him to the Rika Cave. The scene shifted, and Kyomu once again experienced the sensation of free fall. With his previous experience, Kyomu didn't panic this time. After landing swiftly, he ran at top speed to the forest of snakes located behind the dwelling of the White Snake Sage. Aoda. Rustling sounds emanated as a massive green snake emerged from the dense forest, hissing pleasantly. Kyomu-sama, what brings you here? Aoda, does Orochimaru have many communication snakes left in Konohagakure? Aoda tilted his head, full of confusion but still promptly replied, yes, there are. I can pinpoint their exact locations. That's good. Can you reverse summon me to one of the communication snakes in Konohagakure? Aoda hesitated, his snake eyes showing embarrassment. Kyomu-sama, I've never used reverse summoning before. I'm not very familiar with it. Aragami Kyomu felt a surge of impatience. He considered seeking help from the other two elders of the Rika Cave but feared making matters worse. Biting his lip, he urged, Aoda, just try your best. Even if it takes a few attempts, it's okay. Then. Aoda nodded, Kyomu-sama, please be ready. Kyomu nodded, and the sensation of being affected by the reverse summoning jutsu immediately enveloped him. Boom! With a burst of smoke, Kyomu vanished from the spot. Aoda exhaled, relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself in front of Kyomu. Luckily, it worked on the first try. I didn't embarrass myself in front of Kyomu-sama. But what's the urgent matter that made Kyomu-sama so rushed today? While Aoda pondered, Kyomu, accompanied by a puff of smoke, suddenly appeared in a secret laboratory of the Konoha route. At that moment, he was face to face with Dan Shimura. Aragami Kyomu. How did you? Sorry, Dan-sama, the situation at the front is urgent. I had to use this method. Excuse me. Although Kyomo had a deep-seated hatred for Danzo, he suppressed his anger, offered a hasty excuse, and sprinted away. "Seize him!" Danzo, with a grim expression, commanded, and the root ninjas hidden in the shadows sprang into action. Kyomo didn't wait around, using all his strength to flee. Relying on his instincts, he made a wide detour, managing to escape the root ninjas' encirclement and emerge from the root base. After a brief pause to survey his surroundings, Kyomo identified a direction and dashed towards the Hokage residence at top speed. "Kakashi, you better be home. If not, don't blame your brother for not including you in the good fortune." Chapter 110. Behind him, the root ninjas were still relentlessly pursuing. But as long as Kyomo kept running with all his might, with his current strength, no one among the root ninjas could catch up to him. Moreover, Danzo had overreacted, activating the village's defense alarm, causing chaos throughout the village. Kyomo had become the target of a village-wide manhunt. The suddenness of it all left many leaf ninjas confused, chasing after him without fully understanding the situation, with Minato being the fastest among them. "Kyomu." Minato, standing in front of Aragami Kyomu, recognized him at first glance. "Minato Naizen, there's no time to explain. The situation at the front is dire, you must believe me." Kyomu's voice was urgent and sincere, causing Minato to hesitate for a moment. "Are you looking for Kakashi?" But he still asked. "Yes, Kakashi and that guy Obito." Kyomo once again dashed forward. "Minato Naizen, can you bring Obito to Kakashi's house?" "This." Minato hesitated again but decided to trust Kyomo after thinking it over. Though their interactions had been brief, combining past events and Kyomo's recent achievements, Minato chose to follow his gut feeling. Feelings can be deceiving, but this time, Minato's gut feeling had indeed helped Kyomo greatly. In an instant, Minato left behind a flying thunder god Kunao in free fall and vanished. He took a risk using the flying thunder god technique, appearing in the Uchiha clan's compound, in Obito's courtyard. If discovered by the Uchiha, with their sensitive nature, they would definitely confront Minato. But Minato's emphasis on speed allowed him to appear and, without saying a word, grabbed Obito by the collar and disappeared in an instant. When Minato returned to his previous location, the flying thunder god Kunao he had thrown earlier hadn't even hit the ground, being caught perfectly in his hand. Obito, who was awakened from his sleep, was startled at first but then realized it was Minato. "Minato-sensei, why are you?" "I'm not sure why I did it, but Kyomu asked me to find you, and I unconsciously acted." "Minato-sensei, you mean Kyomu is back in the village?" "Yes, he's back, but his return has caused quite a stir." While speaking, Minato, holding Obito by the collar, quickly caught up with Kyomu, who was running ahead. Tossing Obito towards him, Minato made a gesture to Kyomu and then disappeared abruptly. Minato's message was simple: he didn't want Kyomu to mention his recent presence or the assistance he had provided. Kyomu chuckled inwardly, looking at Obito, who was still in his pajamas, and handed him a massive summoning contract scroll. "Don't ask, just do what you're told." Kyomu spoke quickly, "Sign your name on this summoning contract scroll and press your blood on it, quickly." Obito, fully trusting Kyomu, didn't ask a single question, running alongside Kyomu while simultaneously leaving his name and blood seal on the scroll. After Obito completed this, Kyomu showed no intention of taking back the scroll. "Take this summoning contract scroll to Kakashi. I'll hold off the group behind us." Obito nodded, continuing to run forward with the massive scroll, while Kyomu stopped to loudly explain the situation to some confused leaf ninjas. "I am Aragami Kyomu, the front lines are in critical condition, I am here on Orochimaru-sama's orders, do not let misunderstandings delay military matters." With these words, apart from the root ninjas who only followed Danzo's orders, the other leaf ninjas who had followed stopped in their tracks and recognized Kyomu. "It's Kyomu. Is what he said true? It should be. A man who has repeatedly achieved military feats on the front lines, even if his methods are incorrect, would not act recklessly. It seems there really is something urgent. But the root ninjas? I'm not sure about that. But until the Hokage gives a clear command, I will follow my own judgment. If that's the case, then so will I." Kyomu isn't an outsider. Having military achievements during the war era is indeed like having an extra layer of protection. Until the end of the war, as long as one doesn't act recklessly, a little commotion isn't a big deal. Not only would the majority of the village's ninjas understand, but Hiruzen Sarutobi would probably turn a blind eye. Except for Danzo. Kyomo harbored even deeper resentment towards Danzo, but at the moment, he could only convert this resentment into the energy for his escape, leaving the root ninjas far behind. Climbing walls, jumping through windows, Kyomo finally entered Kakashi's bedroom, where he had already signed the summoning contract under Obito's urging. Kyomo, what is all this? Don't ask, we're running out of time. Kyomo pulled Kakashi and Obito to his side, bit his finger, and slammed it on the ground, causing the seal formula for reverse summoning to rapidly spread across the floor. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds of smoke explosions, accompanied by the dispersal of smoke within the bedroom, had transported Aragami Kyomu and the 2 others to the Ryokai cave. Just as the trio landed, Ichikashima was already losing patience. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi and Obito, still confused, experienced another round of dizzying spatial shifts. Ugh, ugh. Both of them retched in unison, resembling symptoms of motion sickness, kneeling on the ground with red faces, but nothing came out. Ichikashima glanced coldly at Kakashi and Obito, who were kneeling on the ground, her expression growing impatient. Kyomu, you've wasted 8 minutes and only brought these 2. Ichikashima, I have 3 more people outside. That's still not enough. Ichikashima expression turned fierce, don't force me to kill you. There's also Aoda. Ichikashima was initially furious but ended up laughing out of anger, yet her rage dissipated suddenly. You've planned well, hey? Kyomu. Before Kyomu could respond, Ichikashima glanced at him again, hurry up. Kyomu, under the baffled gazes of Kakashi and Obito, bit his thumb again and pressed both hands to the ground. Bang! Kyomu-sama, you! Before could finish speaking, his expression changed. Ichikashima, you're here too. Haha, Kyomu really hasn't forgotten about you. Ichikashima smirked coldly, but it's also a good thing. After this, you truly owe him your allegiance. Aoda was confused but didn't dare to ask further. Kyomo had no time for these exchanges, turning to shout outside, Guy, Genma, Ebisu. Now! Immediately! Come to me at once! The 3 waiting outside the steel gate, barely hearing Kyomu's shout, didn't think twice before letting the surrounding Ren warriors open the gate, rushing in. Ren considered following but then decided against it, choosing instead to continue guarding the entrance with the remaining team members. In less than a minute, Guy, Genma, and Ebisu arrived before Kyomu, naturally also seeing their old friends whom they hadn't seen for nearly 3 months. Kakashi, Obito, how did you? Before they could catch up, Ichikashima interrupted coldly, speaking rapidly. Focus, concentrate. Later, just absorb the chakra contained here as much as you can, it's up to your ability. And, don't disturb me, don't make any noise, or else. Every single one of you will die. As her words fell, Ichikashima illusion of a young girl shattered, transforming into a delicate white phosphorus serpent, diving into the pool at Ryokai Cave. The next second. Boom! The majestic chakra energy of the dragon vein erupted, illuminating the dim underground cavern in blue-green light, filling the small space with pure, unattributed chakra. Pure, unattributed chakra, being the most primal form of chakra compared to the later developed 5 elemental chakras, is milder and more easily absorbed by individuals. At the moment the chakra tide erupted, everyone, regardless of whether they knew the ins and outs, understood the situation. This was a golden opportunity to strengthen oneself. Gratefully glancing at Kyomu, who had already closed his eyes to begin absorbing the dragon vein chakra, Kakashi and the others also quickly entered a state of concentration. Aoda did the same, even more boldly diving into the dragon vein pool alongside Ichikashima. Ichikashima, while dissatisfied, knew that how much one could absorb depended on their own capability, and neither Aoda nor those outside could compete with her. After all, she was taking the lion's share, and the leftovers were not her concern. Splashing around, Ichikashima multitasked, simultaneously suppressing the incomplete consciousness of the dragon vein and absorbing the liquefied chakra in the pool. Since the advent of the divine tree in the ninja world, the summons of the 3 great sacred sites became familiar with chakra, integrating it as part of their own power for Ichikashima. Thus, she faced no obstruction in absorption, and amid the liquefied vast ocean of chakra, Ichikashima long stagnant body began its second development, her power steadily increasing. Similarly, Aoda experienced growth, his body expanding further, with 2 small bulges appearing on his forehead, seemingly brewing something inside. The scene shifts to Kyomo and others seated around the dragon vein pool, their expressions focused, undergoing transformative changes under the nourishment of the chakra tide. Primarily, their bodies' chakra levels surged as if there was no end, much like the rising tide lifting all boats. Since chakra refinement involves a combination of cellular and mental power, the reverse nourishment of one's body by a vast amount of pure, unattributed chakra naturally enhances both physical cells and mental power, thereby strengthening the body and mental capacity. Among them, Obito and Guy benefited the most, with Obito's mental power increase aiding his Sharingan and Guy's physical enhancement benefiting his training in the 8 gates. However, compared to them, Kyomo gained differently, as his body already harbored the beginnings of Yang Chakra due to the passive skill. The destruction of the Sand Ninja Field Hospital with the Bloodlust buff had further solidified his physical foundation, and the Yang Chakra emerged at that time. Although he couldn't utilize the Bloodlust buff further due to the overwhelming number of Sand Ninjas, the Dragon Vein compensated for this minor regret. The Dragon Vein's pure, unattributed chakra became the best nourishment for the Yang Chakra within his body. As the Yang Chakra within him grew stronger, Kyomo's body also benefited, and a stronger body provided a better environment for the Yang Chakra. The surrounding chakra tide also continuously fed Kyomo's body, creating a beneficial cycle of Yang Chakra growth, physical enhancement, and chakra volume increase under 3 supportive conditions. Gradually, a large portion of the chakra tide from the Dragon Vein pool was drawn towards Kyomo, resembling a siphoning effect, without him exerting any effort, yet he received the majority. Despite this, the chakra tide remained abundant, sufficiently nourishing Kakashi and the others. After about half an hour, Ichikashima him turned over in the pool, shedding a layer of snake skin, with 2 more refined bulges appearing on her forehead than Aoda's. Aoda appeared somewhat weaker, the bulges on his forehead had yet to change, requiring more time for molting. Meanwhile, the originally full Dragon Vein pool began to show a decline in water level, revealing a huge underground cavity resembling a stalactite cave. The pool's surface was merely the exposed part of the Dragon Vein, with an enormous reserve hidden within. Ichikashima him was satisfied, and as her body's power increased, she could suppress the incomplete consciousness of the Dragon Vein longer than anticipated, a piece of good news. Splashing again, Ichikashima him, while caring for herself, didn't forget those outside, sending a tail whip of chakra tide with a substantial reserve. As the underground chakra tide thickened, Ren and others guarding the door noticed the anomaly. The pure, harmless, directly absorbable, unattributed chakra truly astonished them. Especially Ren, who, using Byakugan through the wall, was so shocked he stepped back several times. Seeing a chakra ocean for the first and probably the last time in his life, he couldn't help but lament what he had missed out on. Chapter 111. It's impossible for someone to treat everyone equally, as there are naturally those who are closer or more distant in relationships. Kyomo always prioritizes those closest to him, even if it means going the extra mile or making seemingly irrational decisions. In life, it's essential to have a few close friends with whom you can share both wealth and adversity. Otherwise, the higher your achievements, the colder it becomes at the top, and you end up without anyone to share your deepest thoughts with, realizing what true loneliness is. Of course, Kyomo could play favorites, but he wouldn't let those who have been through life and death with him miss out on even a sip of soup. The quantity of chakra liquefied within the dragon veins, as previously explained by Ichikashima him, is almost equivalent to that of the 9 tails. Kyomo doesn't delve into how it was formed, he's not Sherlock Holmes. He just knows it's a benefit to be seized. Such immense chakra from the dragon veins, when devoid of its residual consciousness, becomes the safest and most harmless nourishment for the human body, similar to the purest chakra within the tailed beasts, offering tremendous benefits. And with a volume equivalent to a single 9 tails, after being absorbed by 2 snakes and 5 individuals, even if not distributed equally, the benefits gained were at least on par with a tailed beast. The Sage of 6 Paths, when distributing the chakra of the 10 tails, gave 9 parts to the 9 tails, while the remaining 8-tailed beasts shared the last part. This illustrates the significant advantage Kyomo and his group obtained, a benefit so vast it seemed endless. Naturally, the tide of attributeless chakra also brought benefits to Ren and others, allowing them even just to sip the soup. Even just sipping the soup, Ren and the others gained immensely. Beyond Ren, the limitations on the team members' power progression were bloodline, talent, knowledge, and, importantly, the amount of chakra. With increased chakra levels, even a C-ranked fire release jutsu, when executed with sufficient chakra, could produce overwhelming power, akin to a vast, enveloping force. Although somewhat exaggerated, the amount of chakra really does determine a person's potential limit. With great strength, bricks can be sent flying, and that's just how it is. When the tide of chakra spread outside the door, Hyagaran and all other team members, everyone quietly sat down cross-legged, trying their best to absorb the attributeless chakra from the dragon veins. As time ticked by, and by the time the sun was high in the sky the next day, Ichikashima had shed her skin for the second time, and a small, delicate bone-white horn had begun to emerge on her forehead. A flood dragon? This world doesn't really have such a being, but Ichikashima's power had increased by leaps and bounds from before. Even so, as strong as she was, she could no longer suppress the incomplete consciousness of the dragon veins after doing so continuously. The incomplete consciousness of the dragon veins was pushed to its limit. Anyone would unleash their potential in an effort to break free when faced with a group of robbers binding them and taking their possessions right before their eyes. Half an hour, I can only hold on for half an hour more. Ichikashima kindly warned everyone. She had gained the most benefits, and even with her harsh nature, she would still remember the good times, especially since not all snakes are cold and heartless. Like the Aoda, its attitude and temperament were quite amiable. After being reminded by Ichikashima, Aoda opened its eyes and struggled with the scales on its body, attempting to shed its skin for the second time. Such opportunities were rare. However, Ichikashima, seeing Aoda's actions, knew the danger of its actions. After some thought, she pointed to the skin she had shed and signaled for Aoda to swallow it. This was a treasure Ichikashima had intended to keep for herself, but seeing Aoda's condition, she softened inexplicably. She also intended to win over Aoda with this gesture. Seeing this, Aoda did not hesitate and swallowed the skin shed by Ichikashima in one gulp. With the help of Ichikashima's snake skin, Aoda's second shedding was much faster, able to complete within half an hour. However, Aoda was cunning and did not swallow all of Ichikashima's shed skin, saving a piece, and notably, the best piece. Meanwhile, Kyomo and others outside the dragon vein pool also knew time was running short and desperately absorbed what they could in the remaining time. Kyomo also took the opportunity to fill his storage rings, for emergency use or for secondary absorption during leisure. Due to the limitations of their physical foundations, despite Ebisu's efforts to absorb, the dragon vein's attributeless chakra had become minimally beneficial to his body 2 hours earlier. Apart from Ebisu, Genma was the second last, Guy the third last, and Kakashi the fourth last. Unexpectedly, Obito unleashed the power contained in his bloodline at this time, like Kyomu, showing no signs of fatigue so far. But no matter how well Obito performed, he still couldn't surpass Kyomu. After all, Kyomo had refreshed so many passive skills, and even if the effects lasted only 30 days, the accumulation over time had far exceeded Obito's potential, despite his Uchiha bloodline. With only 20 minutes left, Obito's body was nearing saturation with attributeless chakra. Like Kakashi and others, stuck in a difficult situation where no matter how hard they absorbed, the improvement was minimal. But like Kakashi and others, they couldn't easily give up such a good opportunity, even a slight improvement was worth it. Now, only Kyomo was still going strong. Ichikashima and Aoda were the same, their potential seemed bottomless, impossible to fill. But when half an hour was up, Ichikashima could no longer suppress the dragon vein's incomplete consciousness, and the dragon vein began to go berserk. With the participation of the dragon vein's incomplete consciousness, the originally harmless attributeless chakra immediately took on a damaging property and gradually solidified, manifesting as a blue-green chakra dragon. Roar! The ground shook, and the dragon vein chakra, turning into a primal energy storm, destroyed everything in its path with sharp attributes. However, the current size of the dragon vein was somewhat small, not even 2/3 the size of Ichikashima's snake body. Clearly, the dragon vein had been too severely depleted, and even with its incomplete consciousness awakening, it couldn't stir up much trouble. Seeing this, Ichikashima couldn't help but laugh. Ha, if you know what's good for you, I might just spare you this time. But if you try to outroar me again, don't blame me. Before Ichikashima could finish her sentence, the dragon vein seeking revenge immediately ceased its actions, quickly retracting its blue-green glow and dispersing its chakra-formed body, returning to the dragon vein pool. Looking down at the dragon vein pool from above, the previously overflowing pool was now nearly empty, leaving at most a quarter of its original volume even with its vast bottom space. Seeing the dragon vein acting like a wronged wife, Ichikashima naturally chose to spare it, not pursuing it to the end. Ichikashima could feel the significant meaning of the dragon vein to this country. Overflowing it would bring instability, but too little or its disappearance would spell disaster for the country. It's not about being overly compassionate, but some things shouldn't be done too harshly, leaving some leeway is important. With the dragon vein subdued and afraid of the robbers, it dared not make any noise, fearing its weakened self would completely disappear from this world. Since the dragon vein had calmed down, Ichikashima also retracted her enlarged snake body and transformed back into her lowly appearance. In her human form, Ichikashima facial and body changes weren't significant, but the main difference was her aura and the two beautiful bone-white forked horns on her forehead. With them, Ichikashima appeared more playful and cute, no longer as cold and distant as before. Floating in the air, Ichikashima approached Kyomu. Look at the new horns I've grown. How do they look? Pretty, right? She couldn't stop showing off, and her smile never faded, indicating just how happy Ichikashima was. After all, even the white snake sage didn't have such horns, and given time, she had a great chance of becoming the new white snake sage of the Ryokai cave. This was also why Ichikashima was so opposed to the other two elders of the Ryokai cave. As competitors, it was only natural to be wary. They look great. I want to touch them, Kyomo blurted out. No other intention, Kyomo genuinely wanted to touch them. Unexpectedly, Ichikashima leaned forward, just once, don't touch more than that. Kyomu, with a bold heart, reached out and gently touched Ichikashima's small horn on her forehead, and it felt really nice. Cool, smooth, like hard jelly, irresistible to the touch. Touching it once, then again, and then another time. Snap! Ichikashima suddenly slapped Kyomu's hand away, with a fierce look, don't overstep. Floating away from Kyomu, Ichikashima disdainfully wiped her forked horn, then huffed, I'm in a good mood this time, so I'll give you 3 chances to summon me without a sacrifice. Kyomo naturally accepted the offer with a smile, eager to experience Ichikashima's strength. No, to let his enemies experience it. After granting Kyomo this favor, Ichikashima didn't linger and returned to the Ryokai cave to chat with her good sisters, casually showing off her new horns. Oh, how beautiful! Bang! Ichikashima disappeared in a puff of smoke, and this was Aoda's chance to approach. Bowing its head, allowing Kyomu to pet its large head, Aoda showed more submissiveness and dependence than before. Kyomu-sama, thank you, Aoda sincerely thanked, please consider me first for any tasks in the future. I will. Kyomu glanced at the 2 bumps on the green snake's head, is it lacking a bit? A lot, Aoda wasn't disheartened, but I'm already very content. One day, I too will be like Ichikashima. I look forward to that day, Kyomu smiled, patting Aoda's head, alright, everything's settled. You can go digest the benefits you've gained this time. I have nothing to thank you with, but here's a piece of Ichikashima's shed skin I kept. Aoda spat out a large piece of snake skin, enough to wrap Kyomu several times. After all, even in her graceful form, Ichikashima's size was not comparable to a human's. You're thoughtful. Flicking its tongue, Aoda enjoyed Kyomu's praise, also explaining its own shedding, Master, my shedding is far inferior to Ichikashima's, so. It's okay, I understand, and I won't blame you. Aoda was relieved, rubbing its head against Kyomu, then turned into a cloud of smoke and returned to the Ryokai cave. After the 2 large snakes left, Kakashi finally approached Kyomu with a punch. You, only 3 months away from the village, and you've already got a summoning beast, and it's one from one of the 3 great sages' domains, the Ryokai cave. I don't like the sound of that, Kyomu retorted with a punch, pushing Kakashi back half a step, as if I didn't think of you for good things. Didn't I also get you a contract with the Ryokai cave? Like I wanted to, Kakashi stubbornly said, if it weren't for Obito yelling, I would have had to think about it. Compared to your green snake, I still prefer Pakun. That dog. Kyomu understood, no wonder your Earth-style wall always has dog heads carved into it, not just for expression but a hobby. The 2 chattered on, but Obito was unusually quiet. When Kyomu and Kakashi noticed something was off, they saw Obito removing his wind-protecting goggles. Obito, you. I said. Obito lowered his head, his voice deep and hoarse, when I take off my goggles, I will be the strongest man in the ninja world, without equal. Suddenly lifting his head, Obito's wide smile reached his ears, his bright white teeth shining. He gave a thumbs up with his right hand, pointing sideways at his own eyes. Look! The Sharingan! I've finally awakened it! 2 Tomo! Kyomo was shocked, you've got 2 Tomo without emotional trauma. Obito placed his hands on his hips, I awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan on my own, why would I need emotional trauma? That's thanks to the Dragon Vein, and thanks to Kyomu, Kakashi pointed out, and you've forgotten the role of the Uchiha necklace around your neck. But no matter what, I've finally risen, haha. Obito laughed heartily, Kyomu, Kakashi, I will be your ultimate nightmare. With these Sharingan that start with 2 Tomo, you can't escape, only beat him. Kyomu stepped forward and punched Obito. Kakashi, silent but vicious, aimed directly at Obito's eyes. Don't hit the eyes. Obito dodged frantically, careful, I'll get mad, Kakashi. Guy, Genma, Ebisu, if you're brothers, come beat Obito with us. Kakashi called them over. With Kakashi's call, Obito became the target, chased and beaten by the group. Showing off just for awakening 2 Tomo Sharingan, he needed to be taught a lesson for the future. But after the commotion, Kyomu became serious. Sharing Wheel and Woe, I'm feeling extremely frustrated right now. So, how about we take on the Sand Village together? Chapter 112. Without a doubt, Kyomu, also known as Kakashi and others' esteemed elder brother, never forgets his comrades in good or bad times. As for his sister-in-law, Rin, Kyomu is not yet willing to involve her. It's not out of disdain or dissatisfaction towards her, but rather because Rin's abilities are average, and she would be a burden if brought along. Currently operating deep behind enemy lines, Kyomu must maintain undivided focus, and more importantly, he does not wish for Obito to be distracted because of Rin. Come in, Kyomu called out towards the door. Ren and others entered in succession, and when they saw Kakashi and Obito, their expressions clearly showed surprise. When did Captain bring these two here? Ren's Byakugan swept over the white snake shed skin placed on the ground, and he understood. Captain is incredible. Ren sighed inwardly, to have the hermit of the Ryokai cave bother to come and go like this is truly unheard of. Holding the title of a hermit naturally implies a proud and aloof character. Big matters they might help with, but such minor, troublesome tasks like using reverse summoning technique to ferry people back and forth if you don't have enough clout, it's simply impossible. And even if you do have the clout, it's not something to be used lightly. Just like asking for favors, if you do it too often, even the best of relationships can sour. But Kyomu did it anyway, making Ren envious of Kakashi and Obito. Despite being thousands of miles away, he never forgets them, truly. If it weren't for so many people around, Ren would even consider acknowledging Kyomu as a sworn father. While that might be an exaggeration, the deeds of Kyomu have thoroughly convinced Ren. In fact, it wasn't just Ren who felt this way, the other team members felt similarly and bore no resentment towards Kyomu. Seeing him prioritizing those he was closest with first was something no one could fault. They only blamed themselves for not getting to know Kyomu sooner and reflected on why their bond with him wasn't as strong. Line up, Kyomu instructed again. The team members quickly fell into line, and Kyomu then pointed to the snake shed on the ground, this is a treasure, and all who see it share in its fortune. Moreover, since the beginning of the war, you have followed me through life and death. Both morally and logically, you deserve a share. Kyomu was straightforward, and everyone's face lit up with joy. No one hesitated, nor did they need to engage in superficial social exchanges. They bowed in unison at 90 degrees, offering Kyomu their highest gratitude, and at this moment, they became utterly devoted to him. Previously, some of Kyomu's orders might have caused hesitation, but not anymore. Even if Kyomu were to lead them now to assassinate the third Hokage, Hiruzen, or Danzo, they would probably not second-guess him. However, such actions might later plunge these team members into a moral dilemma, leading to some tragic choices. But for now, Kyomu was not in a hurry, the war was still years from ending, and there was plenty of time. Alright, you are all aware of the specific uses of the snake shed, Kyomu drew Yoi and tossed it to Ren, who was at the front. Ren, you start. Take as much as you need. Ren nodded, cutting 2 pieces from the shed with the blade, perfectly sized for a set of inner armor. With Ren setting an example, the rest of the team members also stepped forward in turn. No one took more than needed, but none took less than they deserved either. The shed skin of the snake from Ichikashima him was definitely a treasure. Being made into inner armor was akin to having a second life, no one would gamble with their own life. After everyone had taken their share, there was still plenty of snake shed left, more than enough for Kyomo and his 5-person team's needs. If nobody minds, I think I can help. Obito then stepped forward. The Shinobi Cat's clan, who cooperates with our Uchiha clan, excels in crafting weapons and armor. Everyone's gaze simultaneously shifted to Obito and then back to Kyomo. Are you trying to win people over? Kyomo joked, since that's the case, I'll give you this chance. And are you guys dumb? Why not take advantage of a good thing? He pointed at Ren and the other team members. Remember, while it's fine to eat the sugar-coated bullet, you also have to fire back. Laughter erupted among the team members. This act effectively introduced Obito to Kyomo's team members without any awkwardness. Wrapping an arm around Obito, Kyomo cheerfully said, let's make it clear, we don't have money, so you figure it out. It's a gift for friends and comrades. Kyomo couldn't help but take a closer look at Obito. How did awakening the Sharingan suddenly make him so smart? Thank you, Obito. The team members expressed their gratitude, and then asked, do we do this now, or wait until we return to the village? Now is fine. Obito glanced at Kyomo. Besides, Kyomo is planning to take us to confront the hidden sand village with some frustration in his heart. Having some reliable armor will make us feel more at ease. Once Obito mentioned this, Kyomo naturally opened up about his plans. My friends, I indeed have this intention. Kyomo pointed in the direction of the hidden sand village, being pursued by the sand ninjas for a month. If we don't cause them some losses, it would indeed be a waste of their persistence. What irritates me the most is Orochimaru's decision. He is the commander, true, and his decisions are for the greater good, but in my opinion, with the strength of our squad, we should be among the elite of the elite. We should be valued more, not simply abandoned. Of course, I can't do anything to Orochimaru, but we can show him through our actions. He was wrong, terribly wrong. And it's not to prove how powerful we are, but to slap Orochimaru's face, telling him to respect us more in the future. We should be protected, not abandoned. As Aragami Kyomu's impassioned speech concluded, the team members became stirred up. It wasn't a sudden surge of reckless courage, but a spark of unwillingness to be manipulated and undervalued had been ignited. Besides, when they first learned of Orochimaru's decision, it was impossible for them not to have grievances. Now, with Kyomu as their core, the team naturally looked up to him, and their suppressed emotions were unleashed. Yes, we shouldn't be underestimated. Our value is much greater than they imagined. Make Orochimaru regret his decision. Let him apologize to us. Their shouts grew louder and louder. After venting, Kyomo raised his hand to signal silence. All right, the hallucinogenic mist left by Ichikashima him in Iran still lingers, so let's take this opportunity to rest, he said, then turned to Obito, our mighty team's wielder of the Sharingan. When will your shinobi cat be ready? How did you know I awakened the Sharingan? Obito suddenly blurted out. Cut it out. Kyomo jokingly kicked at him, which Obito dodged with a laugh. Then, speaking seriously, it's ready now, and with the shinobi cat's clan's forging skills, everything will be ready by this time tomorrow. After Obito formed hand seals and summoned the shinobi cat, a robust cat wielding a large hammer appeared, looking somewhat impatient despite its cute appearance. The disgrace of the Uchiha. It arrogantly said, not knowing the meaning of respect, what do you want with me? I don't have time to waste on small talk. Obito's face flushed. The long-standing cooperation between the Shinobi Cat's clan and the Uchiha clan was partly due to their similarly proud natures. Hey, see what this is? Obito pointed to a piece of the snake shed on the ground, the finest piece left after everyone else had taken their share, containing the hardest part of the snake, the reverse scale. It's just a snake shed, nothing special. The Shinobi Cat suddenly stopped talking, drooling at the sight, the legendary dragon shed. Obito, where did you get this? You sure changed your tune quickly. Obito couldn't help but feel smug. Let's not worry about where it came from. Can you forge it or not? Obito, I can't promise anything else, but when it comes to forging, our Shinobi Cat's clan dares to claim the top spot, and no one dares to claim second. Did you forget? Several of the Uchiha clan's artifacts were forged by our clan. Knowing about the Uchiha clan's artifacts, regardless of how much the clan undervalued Obito before, he was aware of some things. He nodded, shaking a finger. Can you forge 72 pieces of inner armor within a day? Of course. The Shinobi Cat promptly agreed. That piece with the reverse scale, may I personally forge it? If you agree, Obito, I'm confident I can forge a defensive inner armor on PAR with artifacts. Obito looked at Kyomo before making a decision. Do as you see fit, Obito, Kyomo generously said. Then it's in your hands, don't disappoint me, Obito stated, get to work quickly, but I have no payment to offer. No need for payment, no need. The shinobi cat hastily collected the remaining dragon shed, with such a treasure as material, what more could I ask for? If I can keep some scraps, my clan will be overjoyed. Just don't cut corners, Obito warned. We won't, we always have surplus, and we won't tarnish our reputation. With that, Obito then turned to the team members, do you need measurements for the armor? No need, I can tell just by looking. Plus, this dragon shed's armor has a magical quality, it can automatically adjust to the wearer's body shape. After a glance around, the shinobi cat's gaze settled on Obito again, who will use the piece with the reverse scale for their armor. Obito pointed at Kyomu, him. Do you have any specific design requests for the armor? The shinobi cat asked Kyomu, very interested in the piece with the reverse scale, please feel free to tell me, and I will do my best to accommodate. After Kyomu shared his request, the shinobi cat nodded, indicating it understood. After ensuring everything was in order, the shinobi cat took the dragon shed pieces from each team member and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kyomu, you really do have a lot of good stuff, Kakashi playfully punched him, and about that white phosphorus snake crest you mentioned, the more I think about it, the more it reminds me of that lady from before. It's her, Aragami Kyomu didn't hide it, it's something she gave us, remembering her kindness isn't a problem, right? But I always feel there's something special between Captain and her, Ebisu joined in, always interested in such stories, actually, it's not bad, a woman 3 years older brings gold, a woman 1,000. Enough of that, Kyomu quickly dismissed Ebisu, not ready to think about such matters, everyone, rest up. We've all gained some strength recently, use this time to get used to it. There's a tough battle ahead of us. Turning to Ren, but I need to trouble you a bit more, to scout the surroundings. Don't worry, Captain, I won't make a mistake. Ren left to carry out his task, while the rest of the team focused on resting and adapting to their newly enhanced abilities. Meanwhile, Kyomu took Kakashi and Obito aside to catch up. How about considering to follow me? Kakashi was somewhat tempted but had his reservations, aren't we getting ahead of ourselves here? What, they're allowed to abandon my ninja squad, but I'm not allowed to seek help on my own. I agree with Kyomu and support him, but if Rin isn't here. Obito added, I really want to tell her about my Sharingan. Having her stay in the village is for the best, at least she's safe, Kakashi reassured Obito, making up his mind. During the war, what's wrong with establishing our own faction? Chapter 113. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen. Danzo slammed the table for the third time, say something, will you? Extinguishing his pipe, Hiruzen lifted his head amidst the swirling smoke, Danzo, we are at war. Kyomu's actions may have been improper, but they're not to the extent of recalling him for punishment. Today he dares to falsely issue frontline military orders and lead his men into battle on his own accord, tomorrow he might dare to falsify your commands to undertake even more dangerous actions. Danzo was genuinely upset and also felt that Kyomu's contributions had grown too significant, making him difficult to control in the future, potentially becoming a tail that wags the dog. This was a mistake in orders issued by Orochimaru. Hiruzen had already made a decision in his heart, the squad led by Kyomu is very strong overall. Abandoning them outright would dishearten our forces. Moreover, I've already drafted orders to promote Minato as the general commander, leading 4 elite ninja squads to support the battlefield against the Sand Ninja. Hiruzen sighed, we can't wait any longer. Other battlefronts have not yet opened up, and we can't allow the Sand Ninja to continue depleting our forces. We must strike the Sand Ninja hard and significantly deplete their fighting strength to ease our efforts in future multi-front operations. You're sending Minato to the front lines but not me. Danzo's anger grew, Hiruzen, what do you mean by this? Danzo, now is not the time for you to enter the battlefield. Hiruzen didn't want to argue with Danzo on this matter, there will be a time for you to act when the battles intensify. Humph, it better be. Danzo huffed, but regardless, I still insist on dealing with Kyomu, as well as Kakashi and Obito who followed him to the sand battlefield without authorization. I will give them a verbal reprimand once the war situation stabilizes. Hiruzen's attitude was clear, he did not wish to impose any real punishment on Kyomu and the others. Although he knew that discipline was necessary, given the current special circumstances, punishing Kyomu or questioning his actions would not be conducive to winning the war. It wasn't that Kyomu and his ninja squad could determine the direction of the war by themselves, but rather that orders from the leadership must be respected. In the midst of a tense war situation, issuing an order to discipline a squad leader who has made numerous contributions would be unthinkable for anyone with a clear mind. Any punishment would have to wait until after the war. Hiruzen, you disappoint me. Danzo gritted his teeth, you're coddling Kyomu and the others, you will regret this in the future. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen slammed the table, Danzo, don't push me. Glaring at Hiruzen, Danzo was silent for a moment, once again suppressed by Hiruzen using his status as Hokage. Turning around and slamming the door, Danzo left in large strides. Sigh. Hiruzen slumped into his chair, overwhelmed by both internal and external affairs. At the same time, Hiruzen placed his hopes on Minato. Minato, I hope you won't disappoint me, at least don't let Kyomo monopolize the glory on the sand battlefield. Not only was Danzo worried about Kyomo becoming too powerful in the future, but Hiruzen was concerned as well. Kyomo had already shown some signs of independence, causing Hiruzen to worry. Was the death of Sakumo really only affecting Kyomo in the ways he's shown? Hiruzen wasn't sure, nor would he act rashly, but that didn't stop him from playing a balancing strategy. And Minato was one of the best choices for that role. Minato, I believe your Flying Thunder God technique will make you shine on the battlefield. Elsewhere, at the Leaf Village's camp on the sand battlefield. Orochimaru frowned upon reading the message sent by Hiruzen. While it wasn't an official order and didn't explicitly blame Orochimaru, the message still implied some disapproval. This old man, always thinking too much. Orochimaru scoffed, crushing Hiruzen's message, and Kyomu, your actions are making things difficult for me. Kyomu's actions displeased Orochimaru. I could afford to abandon you, trusting that you could handle the situation and break out alive. But if you fail, that's on you. What was the point of all this? But how could Ichikashima him tolerate such actions from Kyomu? Orochimaru couldn't understand, this is definitely not her usual style, and the summoning contract scroll. Orochimaru spat out a large scroll and unfolded it, feeling even more disheartened. Ichikashima him gave Kyomu the summoning contract scroll with higher priority than me. Does she intend to abandon me? His thoughts were scattered as Orochimaru recalled his early adulthood when he went to Raiza Cave for trials. He failed. Actually, with Orochimaru's physical condition and chakra at the time, he was only a bit short of completing the third trial. But that slight difference led to his failure and becoming a potential meal for Ichikashima him. However, when Ichikashima him was halfway through consuming him, the White Snake Sage intervened, suggesting that if Orochimaru died, it would be a long time before Raiza Cave could have another contractee. And since Orochimaru was so close, the White Snake Sage wanted to give him another chance. The problem was, Orochimaru was nearly consumed by Ichikashima him by then, so the White Snake Sage had to personally intervene, transforming Orochimaru into a half-human, half-snake being. Because of this, Orochimaru was able to freely modify his body and develop bizarre jutsu like the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique and Orochimaru-style substitution technique with strong life-preserving abilities. Orochimaru even gained some abilities of the white phosphorus snake, not only transforming into a giant snake but also housing his soul in white phosphorus small snakes. This also marked Orochimaru's first realization of life's fragility, sparking his exploration into life. The death of his parents and the Second Ninja World War deepened Orochimaru's contemplation on life. With a flicker in his snake-like eyes, Orochimaru felt both reluctant and fearful. I can't let this happen, otherwise I might really die. As he pondered, Orochimaru had another idea, and the plan needs to be moved up. This body contracted with Raiza Cave needs to be replaced soon, or the threat of Raiza Cave will never be removed. This was the only solution Orochimaru could think of. As long as the summoning contract scroll is signed and smeared with his blood, no matter where he is, the powerful summoning beast can sense him and use reverse summoning technique to bring him to its lair. Similarly, this is the foundation for a contractor to summon the summoning beast at any time for assistance in battle. But Orochimaru didn't want to be reverse summoned to Raiza Cave, he loathed the feeling of his life being controlled by others. The only way to break this was to change his body. If the blood and physique are entirely different, how could he be reverse summoned? And if the soul remains the same, Orochimaru could exploit loopholes, paying a little or no price to continue summoning snakes from Raikai Cave to serve him. Isn't this a profitable venture without any cost? Thinking this, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips, muttering, Kyomu, although you are the wind I've recognized, I'd rather replace you and become that wind myself. Suddenly smiling, Orochimaru felt his path had broadened. To life, the flesh only brings decay, while the soul can live forever. I seem to have found the answer to immortality. And perhaps, this is the meaning of life. Kyomu, I think our relationship can go a step further. For instance. Silently laughing, excitement twinkled in Orochimaru's eyes, feeling almost mad. Raikai Cave really torments people. But Kyomu didn't feel the same and had to say, Orochimaru's way of opening Raikai Cave was incorrect. Although Kyomu's approach wasn't 100% correct either, from what can be seen so far, Raikai Cave has been a significant help to Kyomu. Of course, if he fails the adult trial later, everything Kyomu has obtained so far would have to be given back without exception. Raikai Cave does not shelter the idle. But that's a concern for 8 years later. Right now, Kyomu feels great about himself, especially wearing the reverse scale inner armor forged by the Shinobi Cats clan, feeling like a second skin, comfortable, breathable, and with unparalleled defense. Patting his chest, Kyomu felt immensely reassured. This was his second artifact. Although it currently doesn't match Yoi in terms of power or upper limit, its defense is strong, and it has been enhanced with the special properties of Kyomu's previous rare equipment, making it already quite formidable. Kyomu, let me touch your reverse scale armor. Obito approached, reaching out to touch Kyomu's chest, comparing it to his own. The feel is similar, but it seems to be missing something. Be content, Kakashi, who had also changed into his dragon shed inner armor, said, it can withstand direct stabs from blades and resist most C rank and some B rank jutsu. What more could you want? I am quite content, but I can't help but envy the piece Kyomu wears. Obito withdrew his hand but still expressed his admiration. Artifacts, hey? There are only a few artifacts in the ninja world, and Kyomu alone possesses 2. How is anyone else supposed to live? Don't the Uchiha have several artifacts? Kyomu nudged Obito's shoulder, bring them out when you have time, and you'll be just like me, or even have more than me. Right. Obito's eyes lit up. After the war, I need to take a good tour of the ninja world and retrieve all the lost artifacts of my clan. Then, glancing at Kakashi, Kakashi, you were pretty impressive as a kid, but now you need to keep up. Don't let yourself get beaten 100 times over by me. Kakashi couldn't be bothered with Obito and turned his head away with a huff. Not pursuing Kakashi further, Obito suddenly turned serious as the remaining team members got dressed in their dragon shed inner armor. The real business is about to start. Listen up, everyone. Kyomu clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Since Kakashi and Obito have joined our team, I'd like to make some personnel changes. Does anyone have any objections? As you wish, Captain. No one objected, not just outwardly but inwardly as well. Some were even looking forward to being led by Kakashi or Obito. It was clear to everyone that Kyomu's closest relationships were with Kakashi, Obito, and Guy, followed by Genma and Ebisu. Guy wasn't much of a talker, and sometimes his conversations were hard to follow. While people thought highly of him, he was just a bit short of being extremely close. Kakashi and Obito, on the other hand, seemed more suitable to be team leaders. With their relationships, becoming a member of their teams meant becoming the core of the core. Additionally, one was the son of Sakumo, and the other was an Uchiha who awakened the Atutomo Sharingan at once. Following them promised a bright future. Adding everything together, it was clear how one should choose. Kakashi will lead Team 1, Obito will lead Team 2, and Guy will lead Team 3, Kyomu directly arranged, and the 3 demoted team leaders had no complaints. However, you 3 lack experience in leading. Ask the former team leaders for advice, Kyomu added, finalizing the team assignments. After instructing on various matters during the journey, Kyomu led the team out of the underground cave. Outside, in the small capital of the Kingdom of Iran, the hallucinogenic fog left by Ichikashima him still lingered, but it was much thinner than before. Ren, how are things? Captain, I checked on those suspected to be Sand Ninja intelligence agents. 2 of them were confirmed by me. After interrogation, I found no evidence they leaked our information, or perhaps the surrounding fog made them overlook us. Kyomo nodded in relief. In that case, we can remain secure for a while longer. When we clash with the Sand Ninja, our strength will be even stronger. Waving his hand, Kyomo led the team out of Iran, traversing the deserted desert towards the hidden sand village. Meanwhile, Minato, appointed by Hiruzen as the overall commander, had already led 4 ninja squads, totaling 280 people, to support the battlefield against the Sand Ninja. The arrival of reinforcements from the Leaf Village naturally boosted morale, preparing them for a counterattack against the Sand Ninja. Kyomo was unaware of these developments. On the second day of his team's departure, a new passive skill refreshed, coinciding with New Year's Day. Perhaps it was the festive spirit of New Year's Day, or maybe it was because Kyomo turned 10, becoming a young adolescent. Regardless, the quality of the refreshed passive skill was quite impressive. Passive skill, poised for action. Skill description: during the passive skills period, the longer the interval between combat and non-combat states, the first attack when entering combat will receive a crit multiplier bonus based on the duration of the interval. Note: actual crit multiplier equals number of hours of attack interval x 0.1. Crit effect is fixed at 150% of initial attack power. Skill duration: 30 days. Message: wait, just wait, don't rush. Alright, now you can go, let me show you how I break the heavens with a single strike. If I don't act for 29 days, can I end it all on the last day? Whether a grand finale was possible or not, Kyomo wasn't sure, but he knew one thing for sure: the hidden sand village was in trouble. Chapter 114. The new passive skill is strong with limitless potential, and Kyomo is quite satisfied. However strong it may be, it requires charging up, which is somewhat troublesome. But Kyomo already has a plan to address this. Why not just lead everyone in circles to accumulate the charge-up time? Let's take a break, Kyomo gestured for a halt, and take stock of our supplies to see how long we can last. The team members were quick to respond, swiftly checking the remaining supplies before reporting back to Kyomo. After considering their situation, Kyomo had a more concrete plan. The environment within the Land of Wind is harsh, not entirely deserts, but a significant part of the country is like this, which is why they've always coveted the fertile land of the Land of Fire. Therefore, in the Land of Wind, the most precious resource is undoubtedly water. However, each person's water supply is limited, capable of lasting at most a week before needing a new source of water for replenishment to continue the journey. And using water release jutsu to create drinking water. It's not impossible, but it's only an emergency measure rather than a sustainable solution. After all, the expenditure of chakra also counts towards energy consumption. Let's rest for an hour before continuing on our way. Once we find an oasis or town where we can replenish our water, we'll take a good rest. Kyomo made arrangements and led everyone to rest for an hour before continuing their journey. When the stars were bright, Kyomo and his team finally encountered a town. Ren, any problems? Kyomo asked Ren at the outskirts of the town. Captain, we might not be able to obtain water here, Ren reported with a grim expression. I've spotted quite a few sand ninjas in town. While their strength isn't formidable, they're all engaged in a particularly vile act. Poisoning the water source. Kyomo immediately guessed. Ren nodded. Such a sinister strategy must be Chiyo's doing. This is a desperate measure. Kyomo gritted his teeth in frustration. Did you find any antidote on the sand ninjas? There must be antidotes, Kakashi interjected, but if it were me, I'd make the antidote effective only for a limited time and distribute it in batches. This Cho, to find us, really will resort to any means. She even doesn't spare her own people. This is war, and compared to the threat we pose to the hidden sand village, Cho probably thinks poisoning the water source poses a smaller threat. Kyomo sneered, but even the most ingenious poison strategy is just underhanded. That's the extent of Chiyo's capacity. And did she forget? Lady Tsunade is her nemesis. He pointed at Genma. Take some people and get a sample of the water source. I'll use a communication snake to ask Lady Tsunade for help. Genma nodded, taking 3 team members to stealthily enter the town under the cover of night. Ren, keep an eye on Genma and the others. If there's danger, provide support immediately. Ren nodded, activating his Byakugan to watch over Genma's team, escorting them in the shadows. Kyomu, I can help too, Obito approached. After activating my Sharingan, I've found that everything I've learned has become integrated, and my strength has significantly increased. What does activating your Sharingan have to do with your brain? Kakashi teased Obito. It just means the power boost from activating your Sharingan has led you to misjudge your current strength. In short, your eyes are ready, but your brain is still processing, and your hands and feet are still catching up. You won't recognize your actual strength without training. Kakashi's words were harsh but true, and Obito's situation was exactly as described. This happens to Uchihas who activate their Sharingan, with Sasuke being a prime example. Activating one Tomo, he shouted about killing that man, and with 3 Tomo, he felt he could easily defeat him. Without putting in the effort, how could Sasuke think he'd stand a chance? Damn! Obito glared with his 2 Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi, are you jealous? Ha, talk to me when you have 3 Tomo, Kakashi sneered, activating doesn't mean you know how to use it effectively. You still need to train. Thinking you can leap to greatness overnight? Do you think Kyomu and I have been wasting our time all these years? Obito fell silent. Kakashi's blunt advice was something he had to accept. But without actual combat, how could he quickly adapt to his Sharingan? Stubbornly, Obito bit back, but through battle, I can quickly adapt to this power. And with just one look, I can copy others' techniques and make them my own. Now's not the time for games. A mistake on your part could compromise us all. Over 70 of us would have to pay for your mistake. Kakashi hit Obito with reality, not wanting him to get carried away. Awakening the Sharingan often gives Uchihas a sense of invincibility, and Obito was no exception. But Obito tried to argue further, but Kyomu cut him off, sensing the timing was right. Obito, we all know the Sharingan is powerful, but now's not the time to fight, he patted Obito's shoulder. In a few days, when we can't hide anymore and are surrounded by sand ninjas, you'll have your chance to shine. And if you can beat Kakashi, that would be great, but safety first. Don't be arrogant. Kakashi has a point to some extent. Humph, Kakashi huffed. Obito glared at Kakashi, I get what he means, but does he have to be so rude? Do you think Kakashi talks to anyone else like this? Kyomu chuckled, take it as a compliment, he cares about you. Don't be ridiculous, I don't. Whatever, who cares if he does? Their dynamic remained the same, bickering yet caring for each other, a special kind of frenemy relationship. Frenemies, different in their ways, but their role is much like that of close friends, they're there when it matters. And Kyomu, caught in the middle, just needed to mediate, rightfully earning his place as the big brother of the group. Alright, cut it out. The team is laughing at you too, Kyomu chimed in, finally calming Kakashi and Obito down. After waiting a bit longer, Genma and the team members he led stealthily returned, carrying samples of the water source. Receiving the samples handed over by Genma, Kyomo nodded and instructed, let's hide on the spot, just like before, dig and conceal ourselves as deep as possible. And I speculate that since Cho came up with the strategy to poison the water source, it means there likely aren't any Sand Village sensor ninjas nearby. Kyomu's deduction was accurate. If there were sensor ninjas nearby, Cho wouldn't need to go through such trouble. Simply ambushing at the water source would suffice to catch Kyomu and his team's trail. Meanwhile, Kyomu's eyes brightened. That means, conversely, any water source not poisoned is guaranteed to be monitored by Sand Ninja sensors, and definitely guarded by their small teams. I was thinking the same, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Since Sakumo's death, Kakashi had truly matured overnight, shedding his previous impetuousness. And Kyomo naturally passed the command to Kakashi. Kakashi, since we're on the same page, how about you take charge of the next actions? Are you sure? Kakashi didn't refuse. What's there to be unsure about? I'm even looking forward to it. Kyomo now wanted to charge up and save his big move for the hidden sand village later, naturally preferring to avoid combat until then. Handing over command meant Kakashi would be in the vanguard. I now appoint Kakashi as the vice commander of the squad. Any objections? Could there be any objections? This ninja squad was essentially Kyomu's private army, almost a step away from being a squad of die-hard loyalists. A monologue was the current mode of the ninja squad. Since there are no objections, Kakashi, you're in charge of the next move. Kyomu passed the responsibility to Kakashi and then mingled with the team, whispering among them. Keep it down. Kakashi pointed at Kyomu, first, dig and hide, and quickly send the water sample to Lady Tsunade. We're pressed for time. Kyomu didn't expect Kakashi to get into his role so quickly, and to start by cutting him down. Well, as a supportive figure, he just played along. Yes, Vice Captain Kakashi. Seeing Kyomo take it seriously, Kakashi wanted to laugh but held it back. The team understood the deeper meaning and acted swiftly and obediently. Digging, patrolling, and passing on information, everything was done in an orderly manner. At the Leaf Village camp on the sand battlefield. Orochimaru, who was leading a strategy discussion, paused when he noticed a communication snake crawling into his tent from outside. Pause for a moment, let's see what kind of intelligence Kyomo has sent us. Orochimaru announced, and the communication snake climbed onto the table, spitting out a scroll before dissipating into smoke. Unsealing the scroll, Orochimaru glanced at it and handed it to Tsunade. Kyomo is looking for you. Tsunade took it and read, her lips curling into a faint smile. Kyomo and his team are in a good situation, forcing Cho to resort to poisoning the water to drive them out. As long as it's handled properly, it's a good approach, Orochimaru commented, but on the other hand, Cho is taking a big risk. She must be pressured by the daimyo of the Land of Wind, Tsunade assessed. Kyomo and his team are like a hanging sword over the heads of the daimyo of the Land of Wind and the hidden sand village. Though it's unlikely they'd act against the daimyo, fear is a natural human response. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, no one can help you with the antidote, and given the urgency, you can start working on the antidote now. Tsunade nodded, stood up, and left the tent to analyze the water sample and concoct an antidote. Let's continue, Orochimaru resumed the strategy discussion. My intention is to wait for Kyomo and his team to make achievements behind enemy lines before we launch an attack from the front. Turning to Minato, Minato, you don't need to be involved in the frontal assault. You're like Kyomo, and perhaps even better in breakthrough and infiltration. So, the task of flanking is yours. You don't need to penetrate too deeply, but you must break through the Sand Ninja's defense line and hold for at least 15 minutes. Can you do it? Please rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, there's no problem. Minato stood up to pledge. Please, have a seat, Minato, Orochimaru gestured, with the flanking team in place, let's move on to other aspects of the arrangement. While Orochimaru was fervently discussing the battle plan, Kyomo and his team, located within the Land of Wind, had already entered into sleep. The next morning, Kyomo yawned and stood up, taking over for Kakashi and Ren, allowing them to rest. Joining Kyomo was Obito. Together, they observed the movements of sand ninjas in the town while quietly conversing. Obito, what kind of power do you think is the strongest? Kyomo probed. Space, Obito's answer surprised Kyomo. Without being hit by a boulder, he already desired the power of space? Influenced by Minato. Maybe, but ever since my grandmother told me about the past, I've felt that the power of space is strong, even a counter to the Uchiha. Obito slowly revealed his reasoning, for example, Lord Tobirama's flying thunder god once. As Obito recounted past events, Kyomo pondered something else. It seems I was overthinking. Although Obito is guided by others, he himself has a strong desire for spatial powers. Relieved, Kyomo still felt the need to deepen Obito's impression of spatial powers. A Kamui-less Obito lacks a certain flavor. Indeed, the power of space always provides reassurance. Kyomo mentioned Rin, if you had this power, protecting Rin would be foolproof. Right. Obito's eyes sparkled, it would be best to use the power of space to create a safe zone, protect Rin in danger, and then release her when it's safe. And there's more. Listening to Obito's endless talk, Kyomo couldn't help but marvel, the power of love is indeed related to love itself. You're truly something, Obito. It turns out the original intent behind Kamui's space was to create a safe haven for Rin. No wonder the conditions within Kamui's dimension are so well suited for survival, almost mirroring the Shinobi World itself. Moreover, the spatial movement ability of Kamui was also intended for quickly getting to Rin's side. Obito's dedication and consideration were profound. It can only be said that this is fate. Chapter 115. Obito doesn't need Kyomo to worry about the future Mangekyo Sharingan techniques for him. The Mangekyo Sharingan, as the eye of the heart reflection, bases its birthed powers on the deepest desires of one's heart, creating techniques rooted in those desires. This is why the Mangekyo Sharingan techniques are so varied among the Uchiha clan throughout history, with few repetitions. Of course, how well these heart-born techniques resonate depends on the environment at the time of awakening and the talent of the Uchiha in question. Considering Obito's talents in other areas, he truly lives up to the moniker of the Uchiha clan's disgrace. But the Uchiha are known for their Sharingan, and weaknesses in other areas don't necessarily mean a lack of talent with the Sharingan. Moreover, the Sharingan is also nicknamed or joked about as the neurotic eye. The more intense the emotional turmoil and the deeper the feelings, the greater the potential and power the Sharingan can unleash. Clearly, Obito is among those with deep, nuanced emotions. When his love brain kicks in, it can be more intense than any brother or sister complex. Does Rin have to die once? Kyomo couldn't help but mutter to himself, but maybe there's another way, to see if we can awaken Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan in a less traumatic manner. However, Kyomo wasn't sure if it's possible to bypass the Uchiha's curse with their neurotic nature, given the clan's history of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan through intense emotional turmoil. While not absolute, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan without the death of loved ones often results in relatively weaker techniques. For instance, Fugaku's time-related techniques, although stemming from a potent concept, ended up being almost laughable due to his average potential and insufficient emotional turmoil during awakening. Being branded with time but only being able to observe without intervention or control was practically useless. Would it trigger Obito if I died in front of him? Kyomo pondered, concerned about sacrificing a feature of his divine weapon randomly. If he sacrificed the ever-evolving trait, he'd suffer a significant loss. But after careful thought, Kyomo considered the worst-case scenarios. Murdering a brother's lover to stimulate Obito's awakening is absolutely not an option. Even if there are remedial measures afterward, who knows if Obito would obsess over it. Kyomo had no interest in nurturing enemies. There were countless ways in the world, there's no need to follow Madara's path. It's only natural to try and change some unpleasant things. Kyomo felt a rebellious spirit within, challenging Obito with his gaze. Kyomo, why are you looking at me like that? Obito felt uneasy. You're not thinking of studying my Sharingan, are you? Your Tsutomu isn't worth my attention. Damn, don't be like Kakashi, alright. Seriously, Tsutomu is nothing to look at. Kyomo quickly flashed a kunao in front of Obito. Can you see clearly? I can see clearly. Obito was confident. And what about this? Kyomo swiftly drew out a shuriken and flicked it in front of Obito. It's a bit blurry, but it's just about a dozen afterimages, so I guess I saw it, Obito stubbornly admitted, despite his hard-headedness. Kyomo poked Obito's shoulder, smiling at his dodging gaze, but can your body react in time? I can't. Obito's voice trailed off, but after the 3 tomo, I definitely can. Temper your impatience. Kyomo didn't really want to lecture, knowing it could become annoying, but he still prepared to give Obito a talk. Have you forgotten what we said when we were kids? I know, it just feels awkward. Would I mock you? Kyomo knew Obito cared about his pride, typical of an Uchiha. But you'd better be just tough talking, and have a solid plan in your heart. Kyomo didn't preach, our future isn't going to be easy, and I think you know that, so it's best to prepare early. Kyomo, will things really get that bad? Obito didn't want to think about it, but that didn't mean he was oblivious. After Sakumo's death, Kyomo and Kakashi often murmured among themselves, and their behavior changed significantly. Obito, being very sensitive, noticed these changes since they didn't try to hide it from him. Moreover, Obito was well aware of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village. It would be impossible for him not to have thought or worried about it. Anyway, it's better to prepare early. And if the worst comes to pass, you will. I'll stand by you. Obito interrupted Kyomo, his statement firm and decisive. Kyomo smiled at this, and Obito, too, smiled like an idiot. When an Uchiha truly decides to befriend someone, you might face one of 2 situations. One is being backstabbed by the Uchiha with tears in their eyes, like Indra, wielding the power given by their dear friend to wreak havoc. The other is the Uchiha weeping tears for you, either avenging you or dying alongside you. However, with an Uchiha's Sharingan, the likelihood of them dying is slim, instead, they might become stronger because of your death. That's pretty Uchiha-like. In short, it's very contradictory. And without a certain level of strength, it's best not to befriend an Uchiha. But these considerations were not within Kyomo's scope of concern. He never lacked strength. After waiting 2 more days, Kyomo had charged up for 4 days, about 96 hours. Converted into a multiplier, that's 9.6 times, plus a 150% critical hit effect, 1 move at this point. Could it be comparable to Madara's full force slash when fully unleashing Susanoo? Completely annihilating the hidden sand village might be impossible, but dividing the sand village in half and causing massive casualties was certain. As for the civilians living within the sand village, Kyomo planned to notify them in advance to evacuate. If the sand ninja ignored this warning or didn't give Kyomo a chance, they shouldn't blame others for collateral damage. SSSSS. The sound of a snake hissing entered his ears, and Kyomo opened his palm, allowing the communication snake to spit out a sealed scroll from its belly. After unsealing the scroll, inside were several vials of pills, a handwritten letter, and enough drinking water for 70 people to last 3 days. Tsunade had thought of everything. With a light chuckle, Kyomo stored the read letter properly, then took the water sample collected that day and gulped it down. Captain. After wiping his mouth and swallowing a detox pill, Kyomo finally spoke, I trust Lady Tsunade. How could the legendary medical ninja make a mistake? Indeed, there was no mistake. Kyomo's body showed no adverse reactions. Proven effective. After waiting a while, Kyomo looked at Kakashi, what do you say? Store enough water for 5 days, plus what we already have, it should be enough to reach the hidden sand village and back. After Kakashi's remark, Kyomo nodded, and the surrounding team members also sprang into action. And this time, Obito took the initiative to lead the charge. After activating his 2 Tomo Sharingan, he hadn't yet had a chance to fight anyone. Now, his mind was filled with various techniques to complement his Sharingan. Kyomo and Kakashi did not stop him. Though revealing their location might be problematic, it allowed Obito and the others to practice and get accustomed to their newly enhanced strengths, preventing them from having to adapt when truly surrounded. Fighting to improve during war is a surefire way to enhance one's strength. Leaf Ninja. Whizzing sounds. In response to the few sand ninja, Obito launched a barrage of shuriken. Though seemingly haphazard, the position and angle of each shuriken were the results of meticulous calculation. Obito might not be good at calculations, but with the Sharingan, this kind of operation became almost instinctual. Like a baby naturally knowing how to nurse, you wouldn't ask why. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew as more than a dozen shuriken collided, creating a spectacle as splendid as fireworks exploding. But hidden within this disorderly beauty was lethal danger. Whether left or right, front or back, the foremost could suddenly appear behind you. Naturally, they could also emerge in other directions. The Uchiha throwing technique emphasizes unpredictability. Besides themselves, no one can predict where the hidden weapons will land. As for anticipation, can you outperform the Sharingan? Pu. Unsurprisingly, the flashy yet deadly barrage of shuriken knocked down 3 people in their first encounter. At this moment, Obito had already plunged into the crowd. Holding a ninja sword in reverse grip and clutching kunao in his left hand, Obito moved like a small boat amidst the waves, accurately predicting every incoming wave. He knew ahead of time or could spot the weaknesses of the waves, eliminating them in the most efficient and straightforward way. Moreover, while the Sharingan doesn't have the Hokage 360 degrees vision, it's as if there were eyes on the back of his head. A sand ninja was performing hand seals for a C-rank wind release technique. But Obito was one step ahead, using the same technique as the sand ninja. Wind release, great breakthrough. The roaring wind blew the enemies away, killing them. This rhythm and feeling of combat were exhilarating. Is this the Uchiha? Ren thought to himself, after awakening the Sharingan, it's truly somewhat unbeatable. From a distance, Kyomu and Kakashi were also watching Obito's battle. Not bad, right? If he had 3 Tomo, I wouldn't stand a chance, Kakashi said somberly. Obito has fulfilled his big talk from the past. Once he took off his goggles, he managed to get close to me. Have you given up, Kakashi? Not at all. Kakashi shook his head. By the time he has 3 Tomo, my Hotake swordsmanship will be fully developed, fast enough that he won't be able to react. Hearing Kakashi say this, Kyomo felt reassured. Kakashi hadn't given up on developing the Hotake swordsmanship in favor of focusing solely on the Chidori. Developing and mastering Chidori wasn't wrong, but Kakashi was misled by a comment from Minato. Why does Chidori have to be used in conjunction with the Sharingan? And why must Chidori be delivered in a straight line charge towards the enemy? Can't a different approach be taken, waiting for the enemy to come close before using it? Don't forget, the original version of Chidori only required 3 hand seals, and after refinement, it could be performed with 1 hand. Sacrificing some power, Chidori could even be used without seals. For example, the later developed silent killing technique is one of the evolved forms of Chidori. Did it involve charging at the enemy? No, it often appeared suddenly, directly attacking the heart, which was more common. Therefore, there's no absolute need to charge forward with the Chidori. This shows that with a different mindset and strategy, Chidori can be adapted for various combat scenarios. So, with my guidance to fill in some knowledge gaps, Kakashi can avoid many detours in developing the Chidori. It's just that now is not the best time to delve into this matter further. The current focus should be on the war. Once there's a chance for rest and reorganization, we can revisit this topic. Ha, I'm back. Obito returned, full of spirit. Kyomu, Kakashi, were you dazzled by my brilliant performance just now? We'll see when you face stronger opponents. Kakashi stood up. Now that we've taken care of the sand ninja in the town, it's time for us to move on. As discussed before, we'll eliminate small groups of enemies to quickly adapt to our increased strength. Against larger forces, we'll employ hit-and-run tactics straight to the hidden sand village. And if the enemy defends the village with all their might, that's when we'll need our captain to work. Although Kakashi spoke in jest, his eyes were serious. Kyomu said he could create an opening for us even when we're surrounded. If he says he can, then he can. So, let's not miss this opportunity to improve through battle. It's a great chance for growth. We understand, Vice Captain. Let's move out. Kakashi waved his hand and took the lead, with Ren by his side clearing the way. Kyomu, along with Genma and Ebisu, followed at the back of the group with Obito and Might Guy in the middle. The team's arrangement was quite reasonable. While Kyomu's group was making their swift approach, news reached Cho. They've finally shown themselves. Cho felt somewhat relieved but was predominantly filled with a sense of urgency to eliminate Kyomu and his group once and for all. Kyomu's delay had caused significant disruptions. Otherwise, the Sand's main force could have already advanced deep into the Land of Fire by now. Everyone, follow the plan. We must encircle and eradicate Kyomu and his group. I want them to be deprived of supplies, rest, and any support from the Leaf. No matter the cost, Kyomu and his companions must die within our territory. Additionally, control all water sources along the way to the hidden sand village. If we can't control them, poison them, and keep varying the method. Even if Tsunade can find a cure, she needs time. And time is what Kyomu and his group lack the most. With a kick, Cho overturned the table in front of her. All forces, attack! At her command, nearly 3,000 sand ninja quickly spread out within the Land of Wind, ready to intercept Kyomu and his group. After all, the stage was set. End of chapter.
Thanks for listening.